before you that we might sit on Monday, but I want to indicate that there's no agreement on that yet, and so I can say authoritatively that we will not sit on Monday. So please delete paragraph 4, which talks about sitting of the House on Monday. So we will not sit on Monday, we will sit on Tuesday. Commentary on the budget statements and economic policy of government will continue on Tuesday, and we plan to end commentary on Wednesday, 26th of November, when Minority Leader and myself will conclude the commentary. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee continues to entreat the Minister of Finance, other ministries, and independent constitutional bodies to submit estimates to the House timeously for the consideration of the House and approval. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 2162 and subject to Order 67, the committee submits to the House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. So we have the attachments, and then we also have the attachment of the referrals. And so chairpersons are urged to work on their referrals and have us take them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable members, the business statement has been ably presented. It is now for your comment. Yes, Honourable Ntim Fojo.
I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is a business statement for the 6th week of the 3rd meeting of this 9th Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And it's been 6 weeks since the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill, Private Members Bill, was featured on the order paper. The next day it was removed and some disputed reasons were given. A week after, the Speaker of Parliament gave a ruling, very clear. The records, Hansard captures it, that nothing prevents the bill from being laid. It is 5 weeks from the time that Mr. Speaker gave that ruling. And since then, no attempt has been made by this House to have the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill to deal with the canker of LGBT, devastating our norms and culture in this country, threatening our family values. And there seems to be a very conspicuous silence on this. Mr. Speaker, the House must not create the impression that what was a priority in the 8th Parliament, a priority to the 275 members of Parliament, has suddenly been thrown under the carpet and has suddenly been jettisoned by the 9th Parliament. We debated it and we concluded. The controversy was resolved. Speaker declared that the bill has to be featured on the order paper. So the attempt by this government, by blocking this bill and blocking it from being featured, is a big disappointment to the people of this country, to the over 93% of Ghanaians who believe that marriage is between man and woman. It is a big disappointment to them. We demand that if it was oversight or error, it must be added to the order paper so that next week it is laid and presented for first reading, because on record, it has satisfied all the processes by the dictates of our standing orders and has been duly approved to be presented, laid for first reading and consequential referrals. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Anodonpre.
Speaker, let me thank the Leader of the House for his presentation. Speaker, I heard the Leader making an appeal that estimates expected to be brought to this House should be brought timeously for our committee heads or our committees to do justice as we move towards the consideration of the estimate. So as my last check, I was informed that we have so far received 15 of the estimates. And let me commend the Chief Whip for that. I mean, I'm quite aware of the cycle, how these matters have been dealt with over the years. 15 estimates so far is quite good. However, that is 15, we've done well, I'm commending you. That is 15 out of about 41. So you still have more. I want to appeal to the leader of the House that he should add his voice so that we can get as many as possible, because the estimates have also contributed to the delay in the consideration of the motions on the floor. That will be it for now. And you know it has its impact on rising so that we don't sit very deep into the night. So that I see again the referrals, over 290 referrals, and I sympathize with the majority leader, but we can't put all the blame on him. Those of us also in leadership must extend a hand to help. I think I suggested this advert of the referrals, but clearly it's not helping. I don't see it helping in any significant way. And now that the committees are going to be considering estimates, we are worse off. So the earlier referrals are potentially going to suffer, because for the next 2 weeks or more, the focus and the priority of the committees will be the estimate. Who is going to be the estimate? So the earlier referrals are going to suffer. So, majority that will respect, I want to suggest maybe leadership should meet. We can't leave this thing all on your hands alone. We should meet, both sides should meet the committee heads or those who have these referrals outstanding. Then probably we can get innovative on how we can deal with that. Okay, question. How we can deal with that. So I think these matters are straightforward matters, and we can't belabor the point on Monday sitting. The leader has already explained why we have to suspend the earlier idea of sitting. I thought it was a good idea, but leader, we will defer to you. Now, I'm worried about a phenomenon, and I say this without any malice. Earlier on, I think about a month ago, I had raised this matter on the House floor, that following the devastation to our environment, now we are reading all sorts of reports, water bodies, even food from the farm being poisoned with heavy metals and all that. I humbly suggested earlier that if it pleases this House, majority leader, if it pleases the business committee, can't we, so that we can do something beyond the ordinary, can't we program the Minister for Lands or the Land Ministry, now that these matters are going up and it's taking a serious direction? Can't the ministry brief us every week? Let's know what is happening. And I say this without malice. I say it out of a pure sense of patriotism, that as Ghanaians, as a representatives of the people, so that I see my deputy is well dressed today, exceptionally dressed today. He's coming to debate. I hope he will give us solutions to Galamsey anyway. Anyway, just is judged by the by. So I want to appeal. I beg this House. Let's resolve for once. This is not a partisan matter. The waters are getting bad. Even food on our table is getting poisoned by heavy metals. So I'm simply saying, with your indulgence, and with the blessings of the other side of the House, Honorable Mills, I know you support me on this. let's program the lands minister. I'm not saying specifically the minister himself. Deputy, he's capable. He can come and brief us. Every week, they should come and tell us, where are we? How is the fight going? Are there things that we should do as a house to support them? This is very important. This is very important. And I pray that you don't take it out of context. Galamsey is at risk. Our lives are at risk. Even food from our farms are at risk. So having said that, let me conclude on the referrals again. 290 referrals is not ordinary. And there must be a reason why these matters are still outstanding. So, Leader, as I said, we must also contribute to resolving this challenge. And we on this side will be glad to heed to a call from you for us to meet together as leadership and find a way of resolving this matter. So, guys, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Patrick Obama.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw the Chairman of the Business Committee's attention to Standing Order 2211. It's with regards to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee and the referrals there under paragraph 16 of the attachment. Leader, our committee is supposed to present our reports after the referrals have been made to us, per the rules, at least 5 sitting days before the expiration of the 21 sitting days, in accordance with Article 11.7. So we are not in any way in breach of the rules of the House. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity to make a few comments with respect to the business statements. And I want to join my colleague, Honorable Ntim Fojo, to call for the need for us to begin the conversation on the LGBTQ plus bill. But I want to also suggest that as much as possible, we don't politicize this issue once again. The question to ask is, we are here today because somebody did not do what he was supposed to do. And I thought my brother would have pointed it out. The president, the former president, was the one to sign this bill into an act. It was complete, it was ready.
Honorable, hold it. Yes, Honorable Ntim Fojo, why are you up?
Mr. Speaker, my good friend and brother,
Why are you interrupting?
I'm interrupting.
What's the basis of your interruption?
I'm on standing orders. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 2.
What did order 1, 2, 3, 2 says?
Mr. Speaker, the comment my honorable colleague has just raised is not accurate. If he has a concern which is genuine, he has to go straight to the point and join the call. But bringing in extraneous matters which are not accurate, blaming
Honorable Member, I think you are completely out of order. Kindly resume your seat. Honorable Sule, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, so I'm adding my voice to what he said, but I'm also cautioning that there's a need for us not to politicize this issue. And I'm just pointing out that this bill by now should have been an act if some other people had acted. And so for me, let us move away from trying to politicize this issue. The President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, a few days ago, made his position very clear on this matter, that as soon as the bill is ready, he was not going to use any means to frustrate the process of signing it. And I was going to sign it. And so let us work together to ensure that this bill is put together very well, and we will now have a president who is ready to sign it. So the president will sign it. My second issue also has to do with the call on the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to come here frequently to brief this House. My minister has just asked me to tell the House that we are more than ready. We are more than ready to come and respond to your issues. I know my minister has also had some conversation with the leadership. And so I'll pause here. My able leader will complete the records. Thank you.
Yes, any further comment? Yes, Honorable Comfort-Doyo.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to plead that we reintroduce the Songo Lagoon bill in the House so that we can solve the Songo issues once we reintroduce it. Yeah, I want the minister to reintroduce it so that we can solve the Songo Lagoon issues once and for all. Mr. Speaker, people are always agitating and beatings, other things, and it's too much for us. Demonstrations and other things, we cannot breathe, we cannot rest. So if we can reintroduce it, or the minister should come and brief us what he has been able to do so far, so that we solve it when it can be solved, so that Magdan will have his peace and work, and then the good people of Adan too can have their peace in the community. So, Mr. Speaker, please, the Songo Lagoon issue, minister should come and do the briefing.
Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, let me thank the Business Committee Chairman and, in all humility, appeal to him that since the commentary on the budget will continue on next week Tuesday, if he and leadership that took the decision and time allocation, if they could just prop up the baseline time, which is 5 minutes to, let's say, 7 or 8 minutes, so that at least we can elicit more substantial responses from those of us who are attempting for the first time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, minority leadership. Any further comment? Yes, majority leader and chairman for Business Committee. Your response to the comment.
Right Honorable Speaker, as the records of this House will testify, the government of President John Dramani Mahama and the NDC majority, and I believe the Right Honorable Speaker, we are all very committed to the passage of the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill. If you recall, a couple of weeks ago when we debated this, I was the person who insisted that the fastest way to have this passed into law is to take a position that this Parliament has already passed it. So what is left is signature. And I recall many on your side arguing against my position, and so Speaker ruled, and he ruled that so far as he is concerned, the life of the 8th Parliament had elapsed, and this is a new Parliament, and once it wasn't signed, it had to be reintroduced afresh and taken through all the stages. So if you had listened to my advice and sided with me in the debate in this House, that we should treat it as having been passed by this House, and that once it is passed by this House, it is not part of businesses that have elapsed. By now, we would have left it squarely in the hands of the presidency to sign. But because I didn't get that support from you, the position became that it hasn't been passed, and so we must take it through all these processes. So if there's anybody committed to this legislation being passed, clearly it is me and then the people on this side, especially to have it passed expeditiously. Now, you decide that it should be freshly considered by this House, and I think that at this point, the Speaker indicated that it is going through the mail and will come back to this House. And so it is not an attempt by government. It's not an attempt by government. And President John Dramani Mahama has indicated time and again that any moment that the bill is brought before him, he will expeditiously sign it. So my honorable colleague, Honorable Ntim Fojo, even though in the 8th Parliament, I really didn't see you actively involved in having this bill passed. I know you were a sponsor of the bill, but as we considered it, I didn't really see much of your involvement. I didn't really see. If you recall, it was my committee that it was referred to. It was my committee. And then I didn't see much of your own personal involvement. And so I am surprised that all of a sudden you think that this is an urgent matter that must engage a priority in terms of the work of this House. And also, when we were all putting pressure on President Akufo-Addo to sign, I didn't see you helping us to put pressure on President Akufo-Addo. I didn't see you. I didn't see you resisting, you know. And now you have found your voice, and you think that President John Dramani Mahama or the NDC is conspiring not to have the bill, introduced and passed. I can assure you that we are very committed to having the bill introduced and passed. Yeah, the estimates are coming. We'll keep mounting pressure. I know that the 21 sitting days have not elapsed, but you also know that once the 21 sitting days have elapsed, even if you bring a report recommending to this House that we should not allow it to come into force, we don't have any capacity to change it. So I believe that it is better that the Subsidiary Legislation Committee presents the report before the expiry of the 21 sitting days. Because if it expires, we cannot change it. It becomes law. So I agree with you that you still have some days, but the practice should be that you bring it before the 21 days expire. Yes, Galamsey, I believe the minister is ready and willing at all times to come and brief us on the progress being made. I can testify that a lot of work is going on. A lot of equipment that would have aggravated the situation have been seized, excavators seized. It has become next to impossible to import excavators into this country. Next to impossible. I have been approached by even contractors, road contractors, who have legitimate road construction contracts from government, and they are having a difficulty even getting permission from government to import specifically excavators for the purposes of their road construction projects, because government is very, very keen on limiting the influx of excavators into our country. And indeed, for those who don't really understand the Galamsey menace, like I said, since colonial times, artisanal mining has been happening in this country. Since colonial times. But what aggravated and created the vast expanse of excavations across the country for the purposes of small-scale mining has been the introduction of excavators into the country, the sponsorship that came from our Chinese brothers and sisters, and the involvement of party kingpins in trying very hard to get governments to compromise and allow them to carry out these operations. And if you look at the activity of this government in these three areas, clearly no one can question the amount of work that has gone into stopping the excavations. So no more excavators come into the country. Those out there have been arrested. They've been arrested, and efforts are ongoing to permanently confiscate them. And so we don't see the level of excavations that used to happen. But I am first to admit that at the artisanal level, we still have young people out there with their pickaxes and their shovels, digging and trying to find some gold. But that level of damage is not what really, we should be so worried about. So that attempt to create an impression that galamsey is happening and nothing is being done about it, I agree that we are not reclaiming. So anybody driving will see a lot of open pits along the roads and highways, but that is not digging that took place in the last 9 months. That's not. If you are flying an aircraft from here to Kumasi and you look out through the window, you will see vast areas of excavations between Accra and Kumasi in the eastern regions and some portions of Ashanti region. But these are not excavations that happened in the last 8 months. These are excavations that have happened for the last 12, 15 years. Because we haven't filled those pits, when you are still driving around, you see it. So we must admit that a lot of work has gone in. Unlike in the past where party kingpins, where reports were brought by ministers showing that government officials are aiding and abetting. Today, any government official found to be aiding and abetting will be arrested. Any party official, no matter how high, whether you are at the national level or you are at the regional level, if you are caught, the president will not say anything. He will allow the due process of the law to deal with you. A mere allegation against you is creating a problem. Even a member of this house who is alleged to have obstructed the enforcement of the ban was arrested and arraigned before the courts. So I can say that when it comes to the commitment to fight galamsey as a menace, the track record of this government is unparalleled. So we are ready, and we believe that you are mentioning the name because what? This government has taken action. The name you are mentioning, it is because this government has taken action. Unlike in the past, when certain regional chairmen were known to be openly involved in galamsey and government appointees, and even the minister wrote a report and nothing happened about the report, and journalists, videotaped people and then exposed it and nothing happened. In this government, just bring the evidence and this government will deal with that person ruthlessly. Mr. Speaker, the minister will come as often as we want him to brief this House. Sango Lagoon issue, yes, I think you can ask questions, urgent questions, and the relevant sector minister will come and brief this House as to exactly what is happening. Time allocated for commentary. I believe that we haven't really changed anything. There's always been the practice in this House that leadership have more time, chairmen and ranking members have more time than, backbenchers and etc. And that is exactly what has been repeated. I think where the problem is what I raised at the beginning of this parliament, which is the disproportionate allocation of time between the minority
87.
So 87 on this side, we have 189 on this side. So when you say equal numbers, during the debate, one person speaks, one person speaks, one person speaks, one person speaks. By the time you finish, you will have, 100 people, 87 people here speak, and then 87 here people here speak. You will still have, over 100 on this side who haven't had the opportunity. So, yes, I agree that it is not about the content, it's about the opportunity we give to backbenchers. That was why from the beginning I argued in this house that given the vast number, the differential in the numbers, if we stick to the principle that we are two sides and therefore we must be given equal time in any debate, yes, substance-wise it may not matter, but in terms of opportunity to participate, the people on this side of the house will be unfairly treated, and it's beginning to manifest. It's beginning to manifest. So I think that we must revisit that issue so that, yes, I'm not saying it has to be, 2-1, 2-1, so that when 10 people speak on this side, 20 people on this side will get to speak, so that as many backbenchers on this side will have the opportunity to also have a bite. So that is an appeal that, again, I want to make to Speaker, because this is a ruling of Speaker, and by our standing orders, unless I come by motion to challenge it, and I'm not willing to challenge Mr. Speaker's ruling. But once again, just to appeal that even as you enforce the ruling, and I recall Speaker said it is subject to the discretion of the Speaker. Maybe if Speaker will exercise his discretion and allocate more speaking opportunities to the majority so that many of our members and backbenchers can also have a bite during the period of the commentary, it will help us and reduce some of the pressure on my good self. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, but Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I asked specifically whether there is a further comment, and you said no.
Speaker, with respect, my commentary is coming as a result of the response of the Leader of the House.
Very well.
Speaker, let me just say that on the matter of Galamsey, it's important we contextualize it. I am not calling for the minister to just come one off and come and read statement and then go back to the ministry. No. I am calling for the minister to be here every week. Yeah, you said, Leader, we listened to you in silence. You said that as many times as possible, the minister will come. Yes, if you concede to the fact that the fight is becoming difficult. And Speaker, I heard him when he talking about Galamsey, and when you sat, what do you call it? You sat in an aeroplane, area view, there is demolition all over, it's happening all over the place. There is a singular litmus test. There's a singular litmus test. If the water bodies are getting bad, if our lands are getting destroyed, and now, under your watch, listen to me. Because the way he's disrupting my good friend, he doesn't want me to speak. Because protect me, I'm your friend. Now, I'm saying, it's not about we are not importing excavators anymore. That is just a microscopic aspect of the entire problem. Now, Speaker, the best litmus test is how is the land now. Our farmlands are being destroyed, our water bodies are being destroyed. All major water bodies in this country are getting bad. Now, we are even being told by scientific reports that heavy metals are found in food, contomere and all other food from the farms. That cannot be a good test. So I'm saying, and if we are adopting the report, let's adopt the business statement appropriately. And I am saying that the minister should not just come and read one-off statement and go back. No. Every week he should be here. My proposal.
When the chairman of the business committee said, as often, what does that mean?
That can be interpreted to mean anything. I am saying that we should adopt a position that every week the lands ministry.
It can even be twice in a week.
Yes, that's fine. But I want us
because
to adopt
the word he uses as often.
Yes, but I am saying that he should come at least minimum once every week. And I'm not calling for the minister himself. The deputy minister can come and do that. And then I want us to set that matter clear. And I'm also saying that this matter about number of excavators imported is neither here nor there. If the water bodies are bad and we are finding heavy metals in our foodstuff from the farm, and you tell me you are fighting Galamsey, you have failed. You have failed. And I see him struggling to justify. Let the minister come and speak to the people's representative. Speaker, on the matter of proportion, disproportionate speakers, it's neither here nor there. The leader and the majority leadership should get innovative. What we have done, maybe you should learn from us. What? Learn from us. We have a wonderful blend. The old members of parliament and the first-time members, we have done a wonderful blend. That is, you should be taking a cue from our position. Your people are complaining, your backside, they are all complaining. Because why? Because you are not filling them. We have trained our first-time members of parliament, and they are ready to do justice. Now you are complaining. Where are your people? Look at that. Empty seat. You have 187 members of parliament. Your side is empty. So we are simply saying that what the majority leader is proposing is alien to parliamentary jurisprudence. It is nowhere in the world that you say that 5 people should speak and 1 person from our side should speak. What is that? What is that? No. The speaker has settled this matter. And I'm happy.
Is there a football formation?
I don't know. And Speaker, I'm happy at conclave. You gave a wise counsel that leadership should relate. They shouldn't come and create problems for you. Leadership should relate to the speaker. The speaker has ruled on this matter, and he rightly observed that he knows what to do if he wants to challenge the speakers. You cannot appeal to us. We will not accept any appeal from you. The status quo remains. If you want to challenge the ruling of the speaker, leader, as experienced as you are, come by a motion. And we'll face you on that motion. They should do a wonderful blend. Find a way of blending their colleagues. Now, Speaker, on the Galamsey, no matter what you say, the people of this country will not be convinced. Especially when the water bodies are bad.
Honorable members, can we talk
concluding
about the business statement?
Speaker, my commentary is coming out of his answers. Speaker, he spoke for about 10 minutes, and as if he was the lands minister, speaking authoritatively on Galamsey. Meanwhile, he's not at the lands ministry. I don't know if Galamsey is happening at his backyard. There's no Galamsey at your backyard. For those of us who have been affected, let us speak, because our future is on the line. So the minimum once in a week, I want us to adopt, the House should adopt it. The ministry must be here. And see that we must give them template. They just can't come and read speeches and just go away. This House, leadership must give template on what they have to come and speak to. They can't just come and read long, winding speeches and just walk away and say that they are fighting Galamsey. Is that how to fight Galamsey? Show by competence, the water level must change. The turbidity level of the waters must change. That is only when we can say that you are doing well. Speaker, without adding more, I want to say that we should adopt a position that minimum once a week, the land ministry must appear.
Unfortunately, you are not in charge of programming government business.
Well, I'm saying that people.
So it's a suggestion that you are making.
Speaker, I beg you, can I just finish? I am only making majority that sit down. I have not finished. I have not finished. Speaker, I have not finished. If I have said something untoward, you can get up and catch the eye of the speaker. I am saying that Galamsey, you are failing.
But you are a member of the business.
You are failing. You have
Honorable
failed and you
Anodobre,
are failing.
you are a member of the
They
business
must
committee.
show leadership.
You are a member of the business committee.
Yes. I cannot program all by myself.
Very well. Then you are done. Yes, Majority Leader. Yes, I won't listen to you again.
Mr. Speaker,
You had the opportunity. I won't listen to you again. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this House has 43 committees. 43 committees. The committees are led by chairpersons and rankings. And the chairpersons have deputies, and the rankings, I think, also have deputies. Mr. Speaker, this site has only 87 members. Only 87 members. Only 87 members. Mr. Speaker, by virtue of being only 87, if they are to choose leadership of committees, invariably they have 86 members who will be leaders. Because one is chairperson, the other is either a ranking or deputy ranking. So, Mr. Speaker, in the process, almost, all of them will end up being in leadership of committees. And the time allocation gives leadership of committees more time than backbenchers. So it is nothing innovative that you are doing. It's nothing innovative. You can't say that this side should learn from you, that we should be innovative. If innovation is depleting your numbers in this chamber, we will prefer to remain the majority and not be speaking. You cannot deplete your numbers and come and say you are innovative. Because that is what has led to this situation where almost every one of you gets to speak and gets to speak for 10 minutes because almost everybody is either a ranking member or a vice ranking member or even a chairman of a committee. So there's nothing innovative that you are doing. So don't tell me that this side should learn and be innovative like you. Mr. Speaker, well, I'm in a dispatch box, but he has brought it onto all of us. And as for the issue of Galamsey, I know that in communication, part of the trick is continue repeating a lie. And so if you continue repeating a lie for so many times, it might be confused as being the truth. I understand that that is part of communication. But the truth of the matter is that everybody in this country knows that this government is fighting Galamsey. And everybody knows that we inherited a very bad situation when Galamsey was not being fought. It was a free-for-all affair. Excavators everywhere. Indeed, the Minister for Environment under President Akufo-Addo, under the NPP, publicly indicated the involvement of senior government officials in Galamsey activities, in forests and everywhere. So you cannot come today and pretend that Galamsey started 8 months ago. You cannot. And you cannot say that water bodies are polluted and the pollution occurred 8 months ago. Yes. All the excavations that you did and the heavy metals that polluted those areas, it takes time to be able to extract them. Indeed, some of them, it will be difficult to even extract them. So you cannot all of a sudden expect that within 8 months, all the heavy metals that have been poured at the Galamsey site for 8 years will all of a sudden just vanish. It doesn't vanish that way. It doesn't vanish that way. It doesn't vanish that way. It requires huge investments. And as we speak, government is taking steps to reclaim those areas. So I can assure you that this whole claim that, if foodstuff today, okay, have traces of mercury in them, can you ask yourself when was that particular item planted? How long did it take to harvest that item? Any food in the market must have been planted 6 months ago. Is that okay? And harvested at least 3 months ago. And processed to now be in the market. So it cannot be galamsey that occurred in the last 6 months that has polluted the water bodies to create a situation where there is pollution in the foodstuffs. No. This is work that you did that caused the pollution. And we're trying to fix it. Support us. And as for the minister coming here every week or twice in a week, you are asking the minister to go out there and fight galamsey. And you're asking him to leave the fight and come and be briefing you. So what is the minister expected to do? To be here every day briefing this house, or to be in the field fighting galamsey? Which one do you want? Are you saying that the minister should stop the fight out there in the field? Is galamsey happening in this chamber? Is galamsey happening in this chamber? Why should the minister spend most of his time in this chamber briefing this house on galamsey instead of being out there in the field fighting galamsey? So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by indicating that as for the minister, anytime that you ask a question and request of him to be here to answer questions on galamsey activities, I can assure you that the minister will come and answer the questions and brief the House. And I also want to plead that this whole arrangement and speaking allocation and proportionality should actually be reconsidered, because the backbenchers on this side have really been deprived of some opportunity that backbenchers on this side are enjoying. And I just want us to be fair. It's not on all issues that I would say it should be, 2-1. But when it comes to commentary on the budget, well, there's only one minority leader and one majority leader. But we have so many backbenchers here and very few backbenchers here, and that's why we're asking for proportionality. But for leaders, there's just one minority and one majority leader. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable members, the business statement as presented is hereby adopted. Honourable members, item number 7.
Speaker, I wish to find out, just for your clarification, with respect. So on the Minister for Lands or the Ministry of Lands coming to brief, what is the position that this House is adopting? Is it the case that we are saying that he can come on an inception of a question, or on my call that every week he should be here once? What is the position now?
Well, we all understand the word often, and I will still stick by the meaning of the word often. Honourable members, item number 7. Honourable members, we shall now continue the commentary on the statement by the Honourable Minister for Finance on the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. First on my list is Honourable Yusuf Suleimana. You are speaking for 15 minutes. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, God bless you. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statement numbered 7A, which is before us this morning. Mr. Speaker, before I go to the substantive issues of land, natural resources, I want to make some corrections to some comments that were made a few days ago, especially coming from my good friend, Honorable Alexander Akwesi Akwa. who is here watching me. Mr. Speaker, he tried to compare the former president, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I want to make an appeal that Nana Akufo-Addo is on retirement. And so it will be appropriate to allow him to enjoy his peace. The way and manner you always bring him up for debate, I don't know whether it's deliberate, to expose him the more. Mr. Speaker, we had a president who abandoned a lot of projects. He abandoned Bole Town roads. He abandoned all projects that were going on at the Bole Senior High School. He abandoned the Bole Bamboy Road. He abandoned our teacher training college that was started in 2016. Indeed, he abandoned Bole personally. Why do I say so? For the 8 years that he became president, he never visited Bole.
Hey, are you sure?
We invited him several times, he didn't go.
Wow.
Now you want to compare him with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. If John Dramani Mahama has not done anything for the people of Chebi, he provided them with potable water, when indeed they were drinking water with pigs. That is what His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has done. So, as much as possible, Honorable Alexander, don't provoke this kind of debate. Mr. Speaker, now to the issue of the hospital that he referred to. This hospital was built by the former president, Ike Achampon. The hospital saw renovation almost under every administration except the Nana Akufo-Addo-led administration. It was abandoned to the extent that His Excellency, the former president, the president of Ghana now, who was in opposition, had to rush with a wife to go and build a maternity ward.
Honorable Sulemana, please stop the time for Sulemana. Honorable Chief Whip and honorable members, today and thereafter we shall go strictly in accordance with the rules. So you can now tell me why you are up.
Speaker, ordinarily I won't do this. I intend to listen to my colleague. A while ago, he made a definite statement that the people of Chebi
satisfy the rules.
Speaker, order 1, 2, 3. Order 1, 2, 3.
Yes, the specific rules.
Speaker, order 1, 2, 3. I'm coming order 1, 2, 3. 2A. And then by extension, even 2B. It's still applicable. And
yes.
He said, I'm not reading anything.
What is the offensive word?
Because he said, the people of Chebi, you are not the one presiding. The people of Chebi were drinking water with pigs. He made that definite statement. And speaker, well, if granted that he wants to stand by that statement, then he must provide evidence to that statement. Otherwise, he must be made to withdraw. He must be made to withdraw. And speaker, that aspect of his speech must be expunged. And he must apologize to the good people of Chebi and the people of the Eastern region. That is offensive.
Accordingly, I direct that be expunged from the record. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, the people of Chebi are my friends. And I do not intend to say anything that will incur their wrath. All I'm saying is that there was a time where they were drinking water, fetching water from the same source where other animals were also drinking from. So if you want me to put it that way, humbly, I want to leave it here. Mr. Speaker, I was just saying that the hospital was abandoned, and so somewhere 2021, 2022, the maternity ward, the children's ward, were unusable. And so it took the president, who was then in opposition, with a wife, Madam Lodina Mahama, to go and build a maternity ward and children's ward temporarily, for temporary purposes. Mr. Speaker, I remember very well in 2017, when I asked a question on the floor of Parliament, this floor of Parliament, about Bole Town Roads and Bole Hospital. I was told that what was John Mahama doing when he was a president, and that we didn't fix our problems, and that I was now coming to ask them questions, and that we had wasted our chance. God being so wonderful, God has brought back His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. All the projects that you abandoned, I want to assure you, all of them will be constructed. But for your information, the Minister of Health is on his way to Bole to take possession of land for the construction of the Bole District Hospital. Yeah. You should take that. My good friend Alexander Honorable, you were the Deputy Minister of Health, and you couldn't lobby for your hospital to be renovated. And I thought you would have hidden yourself. Because you bring it out this way, you are simply telling your people that even though you were a deputy minister, you failed to lobby for your own hospital to be renovated. And you are asking that your mama should not build his Bole District Hospital, rather he should go and renovate your hospital. I think that that for me is not the way to go. Mr. Speaker, having said this, let me now go to my substantive issues. Mr. Speaker, I intend to look at paragraphs 465 to 466, which is on Land Commission. Also look at paragraph 466 to 470, which is on Forestry Commission. And finally, look at Minerals Commission and the fight against Galamsey under paragraph 471 to 474. Mr. Speaker, I start with Lands Commission. Yes. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the budget, the Minister of Finance stated that he's going to allow Lands Commission to retain all its IGF. The reason is that we intend to digitalize the land administrative system. This has been an albatross around the necks of several governments. Yes. They could not solve the problem. Yes. John Dramani Mahama and the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is providing solution. Yes. And the solution is to think outside the box. Yes. There is no money. It is estimated that we will need about $160 million to fix the problem. Wow. What the president intends to do is to allow the Lands Commission to retain its IGF 100%. And that can be a source of payment to any individual, to any company that wants to partner the Lands Commission to be able to resolve this problem. Yeah. This is what we call governance. Exactly. This is what we call Nyansa. Exactly. Mr. Speaker, if we were able to do
Honorable Yusuf, withdraw the word Nyansa.
Nyansa means this is
withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I want to withdraw. This is what we call wisdom. Yes. Wisdom. Yeah, withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Lands Commission, when we are able to digitalize it, we are going to benefit immensely. One, our revenue mobilization will go up. Two, it will reduce corruption. Three, those of us who have businesses and go to banks looking for money, and you are asked to bring your collateral, and you don't have land documents, even though you have the land, once we are able to digitalize and land registration becomes faster, you are able to register your land and you can use it as collateral to be able to take loans from the banks. And when you take the loans, there's multiple effects. When you take the loans, you are able to invest this loan into your business, you are able to grow your businesses, and you are going to employ people, and you are going to pay taxes as and when you declare profit. This is what John Mahama administration wants to do. Mr. Speaker, let me now move on to the Forestry Commission. The Forestry Commission is on record to have started the implementation of one of our manifesto promises. That is the Tree for Life program. The Tree for Life program is targeted to plant about 30 million seedlings.
Wow.
We have so far distributed about 17 million seedlings, and we are ensuring that these seedlings germinate. Wow. We're not going to just plant them and leave them there as it happened under the previous administration.
Yes.
We are going to invent and we are going to put in place a technology that can monitor these plants as and when they are planted. And that's the difference. Mr. Speaker, there's also a very important point that I need to mention. Even though I will still go to the fight against galamsey, but it's important to put on record what we inherited. Forest cover in this country, about 228 forest reserves. We inherited 44 of them being affected severely by galamsey activities. And out of the 44, 9 were totally gone under your watch.
Imagine.
Totally gone. And there's a relationship between forests and water bodies. The water bodies take their source from the forest reserves. And so if a forest reserve is polluted, like the way you polluted them, the water ends up, the water that runs from the forest ends up in the water bodies. That was what you left for us. Mr. Speaker, it is refreshing to announce to you that we have been able to ensure that the 44 forest reserves are now intact. And the 9 that were totally taken over by tax, we have also repossessed them. And we have put our eyes on them as we speak. And so they are safe. Mr. Speaker,
Constant monitoring.
the Forest Commission is one of the areas where we intend to create jobs. And so the budget has made provision for that. And next year, we can assure you that we are going to increase the employment of young men and women in that sector. Mr. Speaker, let me also talk about a very important issue that we need to look at. Until just about a month ago, exporting timber was a problem to the extent that some timber species were rejected. Today, the story is different. We have signed what we call pledge. And what it means that we now monitor and ensure that timber is coming from the right source, and then when it is exported, they will not reject it. This is a milestone, and I think that this House needs to appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I know there's no time, so I'll go to the almighty fight against galamsey, illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, we inherited a very bad situation, and the records are there. If you want records, go and take the performance report of the auditor service, audit service between 2019 and 2024. Look at that report, and you will weep. Almost all the rules and regulations that we are supposed to follow in the award of small-scale licenses were not followed. The record is there. Mr. Speaker, within this period, not a single small-scale company placed what we call a reclamation bond.
What?
Not a single company. And what that means is that when they destroy the environment, they run away and leave it. But if you have a reclamation bond, when you run away, that reclamation bond will be used to reclaim the land. This administration is going to ensure that the right thing is done. Mr. Speaker, small-scale mining licenses were distributed as if rain season water. People were giving these licenses when they don't need it. And so what we did was to do a review. And out of about 2,178 small-scale licenses, I was given the privilege by my hard-working minister to review them. And when we were done, about 907 irregularities were found. As I speak to you, we have legally revoked 300 licenses, and nobody has been able to challenge us. Mr. Speaker, we are not ending it there. We are now reviewing large-scale licenses, and it is refreshing to announce once again that we have seen a situation where one concession is sold to 2-3 people, and that is inherited. So there was a president who said to us that when it comes to the fight against Galamsey, he was putting his presidency on the table. Yes. What happened? He failed woefully in the fight against Galamsey. It was during his regime that they withdrew the intervention of the military. In 2022, the military were withdrawn, and that is why everybody then can go into the forest reserves, can go into our water bodies to do mining. This is your records. Let me also put on record that...
Honourable member, your time is up. I will proceed to give the floor to Honourable John Ntimfojo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable, hold it. Before you come in, permit me to acknowledge the presence of Christ Fellowship MA Junior High School, led by Eunice Obin, teacher. They are from Botiano, English, Yamanfro. We also have prestigious Heritage International School, led by Mr. Samuel Apia, administrator. They are from Kantamanso. Then we have Pentecost University, led by Kobe Confidence Amanyo, student leader. They are from Anya, Suotum. They respectively numbered 101, 96, and then 69. Our members, on your behalf, I welcome them. May you have a fruitful stay in Parliament. Yes, Honourable Ntimfojo, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to comment on the 2026 budget statement that was presented by the Finance Minister. And at the outset, Mr. Speaker, comment that at a time when the security of this country is fast deteriorating, at a time when insecurity is on the rise, at a time when insecurity in Boko sadly is increasing the death tolls of our brothers and sisters, at a time when Sampa is in turmoil and insecurity is killing our brothers and sisters in Sampa, at a time when in President Mohammed's own backyard, rather regrettably and sadly, insecurity displacing 48,000 residents, killing several hundreds of them, and displacing 23,000 as refugees, 10,000 as refugees in Burkina Faso, and 13,000 as refugees seeking refugee shelter in Ivory Coast. At a time when Galamsey has become a sophisticated national security threat and a criminal cartel, at a time when citizens no longer feel safe in this country, at a time when citizens fear for their lives and the situation deteriorating to a point that even security officers fear for their lives, men in uniform running helter-skelter for their lives, as we see on videos. At a time that not a single man passes without this country waking up to the sad news of killings of our security officers. One would have expected, Ghana expected, all of us expected that sensitively and prudently the resources of the state will be applied, aligned to the priorities of our national security strategy. But Mr. Speaker, to the disappointment of Ghanaians, we rather saw procurement, a budget of procurement related to the security sector, all aligned to luxury jets, all aligned to transportation aircraft, complete disregard to the sensitive times that we live in. Mr. Speaker, this House has never opposed retooling of the Ghana Armed Forces. This House has never opposed the modernization of the fleet of the Ghana Armed Forces. This House has never, particularly on the side of the NPP members of Parliament, as history tells us by Hansard, from 2017 till now, always leading the charge and advocating for the retooling of our security agencies. And so if a time had come for the same group of our colleagues in the NDC, who as recent as 2024 opposed every attempt by President Akufo-Addo to retool the Ghana Armed Forces, opposed every attempt by the government of the day, President Akufo-Addo's government, to have conversations around a befitting aircraft to carry our soldiers and to carry the president, and indicated that there is a falcon that, in their words, was in pristine condition, and is one of the best in Africa, only for Ghana to wake up a year later that in addition to the so-called pristine Falcon aircraft in pristine condition, they want to blow several billions of cedis, 3.6 billion cedis in the budget on page 202, 3.6 billion cedis on luxury aircraft, 2 luxury jets, in addition to the so-called pristine Falcon, all for the luxury and transportation of the president and the executive. Couldn't one have been enough? Couldn't we have been sensitive to the Ghanaians and our soldiers and prioritize the real needs that they have? When you talk to the soldiers, what they tell you is that Ghana Armed Forces is a fighting force, and therefore their priority is the battle readiness of our soldiers. But the NDC government, President Mahama, and the Finance Minister, Honorable Atuforsen, who doubles as the acting defense minister, rather have chosen to turn the Ghana Armed Forces from a fighting force into a luxury transportation agency. That is rather sad. In this House, as a matter of record, the MPP government brought to the House, in line with national security strategy priorities, the acquisition of 6 fighter jets. The colleagues on the NDC side stood in this chamber to oppose it, save for my good friend and current chairman of Defense and Interior Minister, Honorable James Agaga. He was the only one who said that the House should not politicize it. He will speak shortly after me. He will corroborate this point. The rest torpedoed those efforts. When the soldiers requested for OPVs, offshore patrol vessels, to safeguard the territorial integrity of our waters, to safeguard our maritime security, NDC members of Parliament opposed it. Today, now, all of a sudden, they have found priority in buying 4 helicopters and 2 luxury jets. In addition to the 2 offshore patrol vessels they opposed just less than a year ago. You can oppose OPVs and bring it back. We will support you. You can oppose an aircraft that can carry safely the president, the vice president, and the executive, and you will bring it back, and we will support you, but it should be modest. Just one would have been okay. Just one. We wanted to prioritize the safety of the president, but they opposed it and have crossed the lines into luxury for the president. That is insensitivity and hypocrisy on the highest level. Mr. Speaker, but one thing that is sadly missing is that of all the things they opposed, that now, Nicodemously, they want the whole of Ghana to use their taxpayers' money to support. They thought about their luxury and forgot about the soldiers. The 6 fighter jets are missing from the pages of this budget. There is not a single allocation to acquisition of fighter jets. So now, any aircraft can get into potentially our airspace, and the might expected of our Air Force to confront such unauthorized flights that has been jettisoned so that the president and the party who opposed and politicized presidential jets can have 3 presidential jets, the Falcon and 2 additional fighter jets. Is that not insensitivity? Is that not complete disregard to the suffering of the ordinary Ghanaian? You opposed 1 and you want 3. Mr. Speaker, that said, at the time when this country were expecting that the Ghana Armed Forces and our Ghana Police Service will be resourced to be able to deal with a pressing security challenge, Galamsey, that is now moved in from polluting our waters and destroying our forests to poisoning the very food, our staples, our favorite kontomire, our favorite cassava for fufu, our favorite menkeni for ampesi, poisoning our foods. At a time when unmanned aerial vehicles was what our security agencies requested for, so that they can fly these mighty aircrafts over unauthorized water bodies where mining is taking place, over unauthorized forests where mining is taking place and bastardizing our environment, so that perhaps without the intent to kill, but they can shoot to scare, and shoot to scare perpetrators of illegal mining poisoning our waters. They said no to UAVs, and they said yes to 3 private jets for the president to fly in. At a time when the same security officers you deploy to safeguard the waters in this country, you turn around and embolden foot soldiers to openly, brazenly attack them. This is the time we should have thought about reducing the interface of human intervention, even to possibly prevent possible compromises, as may be the temptation. But they said no to UAVs and yes to 3 private jets. Mr. Speaker, I insist that when the estimates are brought to this House, we as a parliament exercising oversight with the responsibility of the security of our country in our hands will insist priority alignment. We will insist that 2 of the helicopters must be dropped for fighter jets. We will insist that 1 of the luxury presidential jets must be dropped for UAVs so that we can save our country. Mr. Speaker, on 23rd of June 2025, on the front page of the Ghanaian Times, you will find the picture of President Mahama and the heads of our security agencies, the IGP, the Director General of Prison Service, the Chief Fire Officer, and the Controller General of Immigration, making a big announcement of 1 billion cedis to retool the security sector. They took the smiles, took pictures for front page. Even today, when you check the website of the presidency, it is the big announcement is there. Till date, from June till now, where is the 1 billion cedis to the Ghana Police Service to retool them? 419. Where is the 1 billion cedis to retool the fire service? 419.
Honorable Ntimfojo, kindly withdraw the word 419.
I am guided, Mr. Speaker.
Please withdraw.
And I withdraw 419.
Please withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I take guidance and I withdraw. Where is the 1 billion cedis you promised the Ghana Police Service? You have deceived them. You have failed. You turned your backs on them. Where is the 1 billion cedis? You said that you will use it to retool the immigration service so that they safeguard our borders in the face of threats of violent extremism and terrorism. You promised to resource immigration with 1 billion cedis so that they would tighten our securities and increase the resilience against terrorists. You turn your back on them. And today you are making announcement. When you look into the budget, page 202, under Ministry of Interior, Mr. Speaker, apart from the salaries of our police officers, apart from the salaries of our immigration officers, apart from the salaries of our prison officers, there is no capex. There is no innovative, there is no substantial innovative. There is no substantial innovative capex. Mr. Speaker, The situation is so sad. When you visit our airport today, Mr. Speaker, and you visit the seaports, and you visit all the ports we have, Tamale Airport, Kotoka International Airport, our major airports, our Tema Harbour, you visit our Takoradi Harbour, these major entry and exit points, the only one intrusive narcotic detective scanner you find is at the Aviance cargo section. Only one. We don't have an intrusive narcotics detection scanner. So in this sophisticated technologies, where perpetrators can conceal cocaine, can conceal cannabis, can conceal all manner of illicit drugs, contrary to the rhetorics and the promise of President Mahama to fight these matters, the ports are open. The only scanners you have is the usual security scanners, not narcotic scanners. We called the Minister for Interior before this house. He made a pledge and before this very house that he will prioritize the purchases and installation of intrusive narcotic detective scanners. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, there is no indication of those. Is it an indication that those matters we have been raising, which you were denying, is it an indication that green light must be given for all to do what they want? Let us tighten the borders and ensure we invest into the fight against narcotics. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Prison Service have introduced strong innovations going industrial, going agri, and going health. We were expecting that there will be allocation in the budget to be able to retool them in obtaining agricultural equipment, in obtaining industrial equipment, so that Ghana Education Service can outsource some of the uniform of our children to the Ghana Prison Service, even as a way of IGF. There is no indication of that. But as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, the goods and services already inadequate allocation in here, we are pleading that it should not be, the trajectory of releases should not be like we saw in the year under review. There should be adequate releases commensurate with the needs. Let us not starve our security agencies. Let us invest and prioritize our security agencies. For Ghana is all we have, and it is.
Members, it's now the turn of Honorable James Agalga. You are speaking for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My ranking member, Reverend Ntim Fojo, the former Minister for Defense, Dominic Nitiwol, and Honorable Abu Jinapo, the member for Damango, in contributing to this debate, appear to be singing from the same hymn sheet. But, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of inaccuracies that I would want to clear before I proceed to raise my substantive points before the House this morning. First of all, Reverend Ntim Fojo says there is rising insecurity in this country. But he failed or omitted to furnish this House with statistics. Mr. Speaker, previously, when the NPP administration was in power, and I had the opportunity to debate their budget, I furnished this House with statistics, crime statistics, and struck comparisons between how the NDC in 2016-2012 thereabout fared and how the NPP fared starting from 2017 all the way to the time they left power. I furnished this House with statistics. But he did not furnish us with statistics. All he said was that there is rising insecurity in Boko, Sampa, elsewhere. But the Boko conflict did not start today. In fact, the Boko conflict escalated under the watch of President Akufo-Addo before he left office. Mr. Speaker, because tensions are very high in Boko, I would not want to say certain things. I will not say certain things because as members of the Security Committee, Defense and Interior, we are required to be very, very careful when we make statements because we are privy to information that not everybody is supposed to be privy to. But all I can say is that the Boko conflict escalated under the watch of President Akufo-Addo. At the moment, we are trying to manage the Boko conflict in a manner that will result in what? Lasting peace to the people of Boko. Mr. Speaker, that said, when I listen to Reverend Intim Fojo, he says they try to retool the security services and the NDC members of parliament oppose them. Mr. Speaker, how did we oppose them? In 2024, President Akufo-Addo, in his State of the Nation address, indicated that they were going to retool the security services, and we all applauded him. But when the time for action came, they failed miserably. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. President Akufo-Addo ordered that we procure 6 fighter jets for the Air Force. This House supported the deal. We supported the deal. Look at the hazard. Look at the hazard. Look at the hazard. We supported the deal. But where are the jets? Where are the jets? How did the deal end? Mr. Speaker, that deal did not go through because of the reckless management of this country's economy by President Akufo-Addo and his cousin, Ken Ofori-Atta, who led this country into a debt restructuring scenario. And because we're undergoing debt restructuring, the facility we took from the Czech Republic just didn't work, and so the jets never came. Whose fault is it that the jets never came? And now my ranking member, Mr. Speaker, is asking us to tell him where the fighter jets find expression in this budget. We should be asking you to tell us where the jets are. We should be asking you. When you spoke about the offshore patrol vessels, Mr. Speaker, an agreement, a loan transaction was brought before this House just before the 8th Parliament dissolved. But you know, as members of Parliament, we are required to do due diligence. And so without our prompting, even the one who brought the transaction before this August House, the Honorable Minister for Defense, was willing to withdraw the same loan agreement, and that was exactly what happened. So today, Mr. Speaker, if we have brought back the same transaction, budgeted for it, to procure 2 offshore patrol vessels so that we can properly manage our exclusive economic zone, protect our oil resources which are embedded in the belly of the ocean, I think the least my ranking can do is to lend us support, but not to refer us back to the situation whereby they attempted to rush this House into passing a loan agreement which was worth over 200 million euros. You didn't want us to do due diligence? I think one of the principal objectives of every member of Parliament is to do due diligence and save this country money when financial transactions are brought before us. And that is what we shall do even with respect to this particular. Mr. Speaker, like I said before, so far, my colleagues have all spoken from the same hymn sheet. The impression has been created that rather than retool the security services, the NDC government is intent on buying luxury jets. Mr. Speaker, this is a fallacy. This is a fallacy. The Air Force, and my ranking member knows, they have their critical requirements, critical needs. In fact, the Air Force ought to beef up its strategic lift capabilities. And in doing so, it is not just about a presidential jet, Mr. Speaker. It is about acquiring transport jets that can be used for medical evacuation, that can be used to transport our troops to peacekeeping operations. Mr. Speaker, the last time, as a country, is it not a disgrace that whenever we are sending our troops to peace operation theaters, we would have to hire airlines, private airlines such as Emirates, Egypt Air, to transport our troops to peace operations theaters? That is how serious the situation is. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you find in this budget the finance minister's submission that we shall acquire 2 aircraft, one for medium transport functions and the other for long-range transport operations.
Please, those standing should resume their seat. Honorable Kabiro, you can turn your back to the maze. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, so when you find an expression in the budget made by the finance minister to the effect that we shall procure 1 medium-range transport aircraft and another long-range jet, it doesn't mean we are buying luxurious jets for the president. In any case, Mr. Speaker, why are they even running away from the issue of the acquisition of presidential jets, assuming without admitting that one of the jets is a presidential jet? Why? Why did President Kufuor not procure the Dassault Falcon 300? When President Kufuor acquired it, did he ever sit in that jet as president for 1 day? No. I ask you the question. Did he ever sit in it for 1 single day? No. He did not. He did not. He did not. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. The first time this country acquired a transport jet for transporting VVIPs was in 1962 by the then president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. We used it, this country used it until 1976, when Kutu Achampong, then head of state, came to the realization that the aircraft President Nkrumah had bought had outlived its usefulness. And so Fokker 28 was procured for this country for VVIP transportation. After Fokker 28, in 1998, the Gulfstream GII was bought by President Rawlings. And in this house, if you read the hands at Mr. Speaker, it was this side of the house, the MPP members of parliament who stood in opposition against the acquisition of the Gulfstream. In fact, President Kufuor refused to have anything to do with the Gulfstream. That was how the Falcon Dassault was acquired. And so today, if we are saying that we would acquire 2 transport aircraft for the Ghana Air Force, it is because it is a requirement of the Air Force itself. And the ranking member knows this. Please, go back and look at the critical requirements of the Air Force. The 4 helicopters that we shall acquire constitutes a critical requirement of the Air Force, Mr. Speaker. And so I just want to inform my colleagues that when it comes to retooling of our security services, they are the ones who have failed this country. They have failed this country, starting from the time President Akufo-Addo assumed the reins of government in this country. I want to ask you, how many aircraft did he procure for the Air Force? How many? How many? Not even one. Not even one. Not even one. Now, my colleague also spoke about the Ministry of the Interior. He says he has gone through the budget, has not seen anything in terms of capex for the Ministry of the Interior. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, the Reverend Intim Fojo has not read the budget well. I would appeal to him to take pains and read the budget. And if he does so, Mr. Speaker, he will find that at page 166, Mr. Speaker, at page 166, you find that under the Ministry of the Interior, allocation has been made in terms of capex for the acquisition of 100 firefighting machines, 100 fire tenders. That is capex under the Ministry of the Interior.
James Agaga, I'll pause your time. Take note. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to be fair to Honorable Ntim Fojo, I know my colleague Agaga is a great debater. If that aspect of that submission can be taken out, we know you are defending the presidential jet. You defend it. That's okay. You are defending the acquisition of the presidential jet, but to say that to say that Honorable Ntim Fojo has not read the budget, I mean, I think that's quite unfair. Mr. Speaker, if he can withdraw that one.
Yes, Honorable James Agaga.
Point made by Reverend Ntim Fojo, he indicated in his submissions that there is no capex for the Ministry of Interior. And I am saying that if he reads this budget well, he will find that capex, an allocation of 150 million, 150 billion cedis has been allocated for the acquisition of firefighting equipment.
Page 166. Page 166.
And you find that in page 166. Sorry, it's 1.5 billion. It's stated. It's captured.
Please continue.
It's captured. And so,
Please continue. You have the floor.
And so,
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, President Mahama, ever since he was sworn into office in January 2007, he has been flying in commercial flights. He has never used the taxpayers' money to rent private jets which have the capacity to afford him the opportunity to bath mid-air. He has not done that. In fact, he has not done that. If, Mr. Speaker, we look at the duration for the manufacture of the jets that we intend to buy, Mr. Speaker, we realize that it will take us 4 years to build same. What that means is that President Mahama thinks about the future of this country, not his own luxury. If it were about luxury, Mr. Speaker, President Mahama would have opted to rent, because renting private jets is immediate. You get to experience luxury immediately, almost immediately. But he's taking a decision which is futuristic. The manufacture, the time period for the manufacture of the aircraft that we're going to purchase will take us 4 years. 4. So please don't mislead the public by creating the impression that the motivating factor for the acquisition of the aircraft, which would give all of us a strategic lift capacity, is because the president wants luxury for himself. That argument cannot fly. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by stating that under the new Patriotic Party administration, in fact, promises were made and never fulfilled. This House was called upon at some point to approve of a loan for the acquisition of APCs, 12 APCs, armored personnel carriers. I was one of the people who led the charge because I'm very passionate about security-related issues. We approved of the loan, $80 million for the acquisition of 12 APCs. Mr. Speaker, in this budget statement, the finance minister made it clear that we paid $40 million, and yet not even one single APC was delivered to this country. Mr. Speaker, it takes an efficient minister like Atuforsin to renegotiate the agreement in order that Ghana would have value for money. But for Atuforsin's intervention, we would lose everything and not get even a single APC. That is the extent to which the government failed to read through the security.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
In conclusion,
the time is up. I now give the floor to Honourable Akwesi Konedu. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to statement number 7A on today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I will start by letting us understand what the budget means. It is an expression of the aspiration of a country broken down into financial terms for economic development. Such aspirations, Mr. Speaker, must carry integrity. Mr. Speaker, I will proceed to show you today that this 2026 budget do not carry integrity. It do not seek to do what it proposed to do. Mr. Speaker, the theme of the budget is resetting for growth and job and economic transformation. Same was the theme for the 2025 budget. We set to say resetting the economy for growth that we want. And Mr. Speaker, on it said big push. I never knew that they were carrying themselves to push us in a manner into reset, which means to erase all gains that we've made. Mr. Speaker, no wonder that this budget seeks to erase the gains that we are making and we've made in the years gone by. But Mr. Speaker, let me say this, and I'm grounded on the authority of the Bible, and I quote from John 4:38, which says, I set you out to go and reap what you've not labored for, what others have labored for. Mr. Speaker, our brothers on the other side and the government is reaping the labors of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Why do I say so? When the figures are good, they claim in 8 months they've done it. But Mr. Speaker, when accountability rests on their doors, Mr. Speaker, they tell us, how can we use 8 months to judge us? Mr. Speaker, you cannot approbate and reprobate. Mr. Speaker, you cannot lie prostrate and still want hair on your back head. Mr. Speaker, let me show you how this budget lacks credibility. But I must say, statistics were called for. And Mr. Speaker, Global Peace Index as of September 2025 showed us with the trend analysis that in 2021, Ghana was the second peaceful in Africa and 7th now in Africa, 38th in 2021, and now 67 in Africa. Mr. Speaker, my brother Sule is sitting on my seat. Just about 9 months ago, I was on that seat. He made claims to the digitalization of the land records. Mr. Speaker, I personally, in September 2024, I was in Takrady, the lands office in Takrady. I witnessed myself the digitalization of lands records in this country, same as in Koforidua. We on the other side, Mr. Speaker, will not be like them. Mr. Speaker, will not be like our brothers on the other side. My brother talked about flat licenses, Mr. Speaker. It was in this chamber that I led, under the supervision of my minister, Honorable Abu Jinapo, brought the report from the Committee of Lands and Forestry with the flat licenses to be laid on this floor. Mr. Speaker, we marched here. Members of this house marched and said they will not allow us to meet. We lost the opportunity of becoming the first in the world to issue flat licenses. We supported you just about 2 months ago. I led the support. Sule, I led it. And we passed the flat licenses here. Now you are basking in that glory. No worries. It is good that you bask in that glory, my brother. Mr. Speaker, under the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry in this budget, let me tell you, under our watch in 2021 to 2024, we launched a number of flagship programs. The Green Ghana Initiative, Community Mining Initiative, NALED, Mr. Speaker. The Green Ghana Initiative was oversubscribed. It yielded positive results for this country to the extent that we earned $4.862 million in 2023 in terms of carbon credit trade. Mr. Speaker, same as Red Plus, which gained this country $16.9 million. And Mr. Speaker, what did we see after that? All that we saw, Mr. Speaker, is in this budget. They claim that they've transformed Green Ghana into what is termed as Tree for Life. It is undersubscribed, and they are not worried about it. People do not have the confidence in it. Out of 13 million targeted seedlings that they wanted to plant, only 17 million has been able to be planted. Mr. Speaker, under the mine sector, in March 2025, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister disbanded all forms of community mining schemes. I personally, Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd of May 2024, was in Hema Amkobia myself to inaugurate, Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of my minister, a community mining scheme. He told us it was only in terms of names. But Mr. Speaker, the renaming, the number of Kojemos that has happened, the number of outdoorings that have happened, in terms of projects that were being run under our tenure. Mr. Speaker, I feel and I think that the unfortunate incident of the 6th of August, Mr. Speaker, will let us stop some of these things and continue on the path when we see righteousness being done in this country rather than continuously renaming. Mr. Speaker, why? Why must you change the name of community mining into something that we call COMSDEP? Of what benefit would that be for us? Mr. Speaker, another lack of integrity that I see in it, Mr. Speaker, is that, and let me ground myself again in this. Mr. Speaker, the Bible again says in Mark 16:15, yes, and it says, let it not be said that I say it, I'm saying this, that what I'm about to say, Mr. Speaker, is not found in the manifesto of the NDC. Neither was it said, Mr. Speaker, by any of the presidential candidate or the vice president. But Mr. Speaker, the Bible says in Mark 16:15, and Christ instructed, he said, "Go ye into the world and preach the gospel to all creation." Mr. Speaker, Muhammad 2024 said, commission his members, go ye into the country and say it as it is. And now His Excellency the President John Mahama is the president. Why do I say so? In October 2024, Mr. Speaker, on TV3, the majority leader now said, "Why must you deploy military to chase our young men and women? It is not good." Why? You are using interministerial, Mr. Speaker. He talked about Galam stop. All that he meant was that there should be a cessation to all sort of small-scale mining activities. Again, on the 9th of October, the Deputy General Secretary, and I quote him, of the NDC says, "Ejumanu yebemama kosua aye semoto abanimaya to wait. You continuously do the job when you vote for us." What does that mean? Mr. Speaker, again on the 8th of November 2024, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, now the Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Speaker, saying this, ban all forms of small-scale mining activities. I mean now and completely immediately. Then the question was posed to him on Metro TV by the host. "You mean all forms, not even in forest reserve?" He said, "Yes, I mean all forms of small-scale mining activities." Mr. Speaker, that was his answer. Mr. Speaker, on the 9th of September, Mr. Speaker, a one-on-one interview with now my minister, Honorable Kofi Amabua. Mr. Speaker, he said it. We have to go and declare a state of emergency and go back to the drawing board. Mr. Speaker, the drawing board is a table with a sheet. I don't think they even have a drawing board. Mr. Speaker, my venerable former majority leader, he's not here, so I will not want to mention. He said there should be a cessation. Mr. Speaker, why do I say so? All of these things are not found in the manifesto, yes. All of these things were not said by the president, yes. But it was a commission, which again, Mr. Speaker, Matthew 16:18 says, "And upon you I will build my church." Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, it is indeed upon it, when Jesus commissioned his apostles, it is upon him that the seat of the Pope is called the seat of St. Peter. Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed true. Now it is upon them that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has built his government. Why do I say so? Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa is the Foreign Affairs Minister now. Honorable Kofi Amabua is the Lands and Natural Minister now. Honorable Haruna Iddrisu is the Education Minister now. Mr. Speaker, they form the core of government. Mr. Speaker, why can't we say what they said they were going to do? Put a total ban on small-scale mining activities. Mr. Speaker, they are not willing to do it. All of these things were said when we were told that 9 forest reserves, Mr. Speaker, were under siege. Now we are 44. These 44 are being said to be declared, Mr. Speaker, national security zones, which require that we deploy military persons permanently in these areas. Mr. Speaker, if indeed the policies that are being implemented by this government will yield a result, Mr. Speaker, it will call for a reduction in the amount of allocations that will be made in the operations of anti-galamsey activities. It tells you that there is no way that they are committed in fighting small-scale illegal mining activity in this country. Do you know why? It's because it's the steroids upon which this country's economy is being driven now. Mr. Speaker, we are being told that 4 million people are engaged in it, and that if we ban it, Mr. Speaker, we are not going to get the forest that would help us run this economy. And do you know why? Indeed, it is true. The activities will not yield the results. Mr. Speaker, go into the budget. I tell you, go into the budget. Page 136. The allocation for this year again alone for 9 months is 150 million. Mr. Speaker, in 2027, it is projected that 177 million will be used. Mr. Speaker, in 2028, it is projected again in page 193 that 197 million will be used. Mr. Speaker, if you have a nephew who you have groomed, trained, nurtured to pass an exam once and for all, will you make another allocation out of your salary for another receipt in the same exams in the preceding year? No. But if you look at all of these things, Mr. Speaker, it tells you. But you see, the activities of NIMO, and Mr. Speaker, I take this very seriously. And let us pay a glowing tribute, Mr. Speaker, to Private Safo Japan Collins, who fell in the line of duty in the activities of NIMOS 2 days ago at Obuasi Airport area. And also to wish 3 of his members who are injured, Mr. Speaker, a speedy recovery. Mr. Speaker, this budget shows no proof of responsiveness, Mr. Speaker. One thing that even baffles my mind, Mr. Speaker, is the duplication of what I see. An allocation for free SHS is 4.2 billion. To end double track alone is 1.1 billion. To buy books alone, Mr. Speaker, is 3 billion. Mr. Speaker, to do buildings, and what are these buildings going to do? These buildings are to end double track, if that is what it is, but there have been double allocation for it. Mr. Speaker, if you go into the DACF utilization formula that has been put out, Mr. Speaker, again in paragraph 1170, Mr. Speaker, there have been provisions that have been made for KG blocks to be built, furniture to be bought, again from that District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, the budget does not hold hope. Why do I say so again? Mr. Speaker, 24-hour economy, the headline that was for the campaign, 133, Mr. Speaker, if that was to be implemented, Formula 133, if that was to be implemented, it would have ought to reduce poverty, Mr. Speaker, and therefore it would not have called for us to use an amount of 292 million to buy sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, I like it when we buy for them. It's important we buy for our young ladies to go to school. But when you would have been able, Mr. Speaker, to implement Agenda 2024, whatever you call it, it would have helped reduce that. But a paltry amount of 110 million is being used for that. Mr. Speaker, strikingly that I'm afraid of, Mr. Speaker, strikingly that I'm afraid of, is an amount under paragraph 1171 that calls for 207 million Ghana cedis for what they term as rebasing. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you in the budget what the rebasing is meant when they say rebasing. Mr. Speaker, it says under paragraph 82, the October CPI data shows commodities such as garden eggs, cocoyam, leaves, that is contomere, or alifo, pawpaw, that is bofrem, fresh tomatoes, garbage, okra. Mr. Speaker, fried fish recording significant declines reflecting the payoffs from investment in irrigation, mechanization. And Mr. Speaker, if these things are what is going to be put in the basket, Mr. Speaker, that is calling for 207 million, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid, contomere in the basket to tell us that prices are reducing, when people cannot pay their electricity bill in this country, when our forests are being degraded, that we need to fight these things and we are not doing. Mr. Speaker, I am saddened. Mr. Speaker, and the last of it, Mr. Speaker, and the last of it, we call for decentralization. We ought to do that. That would help spur industrialization in our communities and our localities, Mr. Speaker. But what do we see? Mr. Speaker, on the 13th of November 2025, the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Mr. Speaker, issued a letter directed to all regional coordinating councils, telling them that they can only purchase desks from only 8 contractors, Mr. Speaker. Why do you have to cripple the district assemblies? You tell them you are giving them all the monies and you put their hands behind them. But strikingly and difficult for me to appreciate, Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, is that, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about roads, we have what we term as the food roads. That is under paragraph 981 being funded by the World Bank, and that is 1,000 kilometers for 828 million. That means for each of the roads, Mr. Speaker, it is about 838 because it's funded by that. But go to the constituency road, 160 constituencies, 10 kilometers of road, a budget of 30 billion, Mr. Speaker. If you strike that, it's about 1.8 million. That is under paragraph 1. Mr. Speaker, why that disparity? Mr. Speaker, this budget lacks hope. And I would want to say, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say before I sit down. You see, there is this Kenyan poet, Mr. Speaker, a Kenyan poet, who wrote "Weep Not Child." Mr. Speaker, in Guji Watiango, Mr. Speaker, he wrote "Weep Not Child." But I tell my fellow Ghanaians, weep, my fellow Ghanaians, for this budget is here to condemn you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I now proceed to give the floor to Honourable Ahmed Ibrahim. Honourable Vincent Asafua, can we listen to the other side also in silence?
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, honestly speaking, Ghana man will tell you the case is settled. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians have come to know between we and the MPP who are the best managers of the economy. Mr. Speaker, an independent judgment is here with us. Mr. Speaker, I've been here for 17 years. I packed all the 17 budgets that have been presented here. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget is the best among all. Mr. Speaker, what me and you, including 98 members of my brothers on the other side, were searching for has been found within not 87. They themselves passed a vote of no confidence on their own budget and their finance minister in the last previous administration. Mr. Speaker, not knowing there was somebody among us who could do it. Mr. Speaker, I've been here for 17 years. Ministers of finance who have occupied that office after their tenure, they remain in this country. Where is our former finance minister? Where is he? Where is he? Where is our former finance minister? Matter close. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, at least, Mr. Speaker, I was here. Where is our former finance minister? Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because not as a trivial matter. He occupied the high office of the Minister of Finance. He presented budget to us. Mr. Speaker, when I came here, the first finance minister was Kobna Dufo. After his tenure, he remained here. After that, Setekwe, after his tenure, he remained here. He was even giving an IMF assignment. He still went and came back. Mr. Speaker, I saw Honorable Bauredu after his tenure, he remained here. Mr. Speaker, I saw Honorable Osafumafu after his tenure, he remained here. Mr. Speaker, where is your former finance minister? Mr. Speaker, that is just one. That is just one. Mr. Speaker, put that one aside. Mr. Speaker, the second point. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hand the 2011 budget statement and economic policy of the Republic of Ghana passed by Honorable former Kobna Dufo under the tenure of His Excellency Professor Mills and John Dramani Mahama, John the Resetter. Mr. Speaker, what we could not do from 2000, NDC did it in 2011. I handed over to them. And I'm talking of the, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking of the Economic Convergence Criteria of the West African Monetary Zone. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I may quote. And for the sake of time, I will not quote. My colleagues should go and find the 2011 budget statement, Mr. Speaker, and read, Mr. Speaker, and read page 13. And read page 13. Mr. Speaker, I have so many points that if I dare to quote, time is of essence. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, Madam Speaker, it is significant to note that for the first time, Ghana met 3 out of the 4 primary convergence criteria, which has eluded us for the past 9 years. Under the NDC, when we were in government, what Ghana could not do in 9 years, we did it in 2011. Handed over to you. Mr. Speaker, let me take their budget and show you their results. Mr. Speaker, when we handed over the economy to them, they want to know, page 16, paragraph 53. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will quote. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 52. According to 2022 half-year ECOWAS multilateral surveillance report, out of the 4 primary convergence criteria, they met 2. Secondary criteria, they met 1. And this by Ken Oforata.
When we are
Honorable,
back, let me show you what Atufosi has
Honorable
done.
Ahmed
We are
Ibrahim,
back. The better
we will
managers of
stop
the
your
economy
time.
who
Yes.
are always resetting.
Yes,
We are
Honorable
back.
Minority Leader, strictly
Mr.
accordance,
Speaker,
in
what has he
accordance
to
with
say?
the
He's
rules.
coming to filibuster.
Why are you up?
Mr. Speaker, we have to be fair when we are impugning certain motives, especially when such individuals...
Remember, guide me by the rules first.
Mr. Speaker, if you may be guided by Order 122 and 123, specifically 123, Mr. Speaker, content of speech. Content of speech. Mr. Speaker, we have it as a matter of public record that Honorable Ken
Please tell
Ofori-Atta-
me the specific rules that have been breached.
Okay, I'll read it out for you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Order 123. Go to 2A. And I'll read 2A all through for you, since you want to be guided. A member shall not use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on a member or any other person. Or B, impute improper motive or impugn the integrity of a member or any other person. Mr. Speaker, let me end there. The member in his debate, in his submission, seeks to draw Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, the former finance minister, into his submission. Mr. Speaker, this is the analogy he makes. He says that all past finance ministers have remained in the country, but Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta has left the jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, this does not offend the rules that
Mr.
you
Speaker,
have
can
quoted.
I finish? You have asked me. Let me finish.
It doesn't offend the rules.
Mr. Speaker, I'm submitting.
If that is the reason for which you are up, I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
let me
Minority
finish.
Leader,
Mr.
take it
Speaker,
easy.
the-
Kindly
Mr. Speaker,
resume
with
your seat
respect,
so that I can
Mr.
give the
Speaker,
floor to the
the
honorable
man is
member
out
to
of-
continue
is
the
out of
debate.
Ghana for
With
health
all
reasons.
due respect, Honorable Minority Leader, today I have decided to go by the rules. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Ahmed, you have the floor.
On this date, he said Ken Ofori-Atta will return to the country.
Honorable Member, you have the floor.
On this date, 3FM reported.
Mr. Speaker, authoritatively, I was asking rhetorical question, but I needed to solicit an answer from an honorable minority leader, who you know very well.
Please proceed. You are eating into
And
your
take
time.
you by your words. He gave us authoritative information that by February 18th, the honorable former finance minister was going to be in Ghana. So I'm saying, where is the former finance minister? I thought you were going to tell us his whereabouts. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the second point, after telling you, let me come to what we could not do, what Ofori-Atta could not do. And 38 of our colleagues on this side were calling for his change by going to the Flagstaff House, by voting a vote of no confidence against the former finance minister, led by the honorable, distinguished honorable OPK.
Yes, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, hold
And
it.
we
Yes,
supported
Minority
them.
Leader.
We supported them.
Yes, Minority Leader.
We supported them. Mr. Speaker,
Hold it, hold it.
Results.
They will stop your time for you. Hold it. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, my colleague on his feet says that I made a promise to bring Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta in February, and that he's asking me where the man is.
Honourable Member, again, we want to go straightly by the rules and have announced that right from the beginning. Go straight and tell me the rules that has been breached.
Order 1, 2, 3, Mr. Speaker. Order 1, 2, 3. Mr. Speaker, order 1, 2, 3.
Which specific rules of order 1, 2, 3?
Mr. Speaker, 1, 2, 3, 2, A and B. Read together.
Yes. So tell me what he said that has offended order 1,
Mr.
2, 3,
Speaker,
2, A and B.
It is his argument that I had made a promise in this house that I was bringing Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta in February, and that he's asking me that I have said that. Mr. Speaker, I haven't said that. Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Honorable former Finance Minister was out of jurisdiction, and an inquiry was made. And right at the dispatch box, I produced a letter from his lawyers to the effect that he was seeking medical treatment out of the country. Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, again, there was a further letter from him. Mr. Speaker, there was a second letter from him to the OSP. Mr. Speaker, that was the matter between him and the OSP, where he again indicated in a letter from his doctors that he was receiving medical treatment, he was undergoing surgery, and that his stay in the United States has been extended to ensure full recovery. Mr. Speaker, it will be unfair, therefore, for Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim to attempt to say that the man has refused to come to Ghana. No, Mr. Speaker, these are medical issues and it's a matter of public record. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues would have to be very fair to Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. Any of us can go through that situation. He has made available to all of us in this country his medical record. Mr. Speaker, he published them. He attached it. His lawyers attached his medical records and the letter from his lawyers, his doctors, and made it available to the public. It is not a secret, and you and I know. So let us be fair. It can be you tomorrow. It can be you tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, let us not use our debate to impugn improper motive. There is a public record that states clearly why Ken Ofori-Atta is not in Ghana. He stated why he's not in Ghana. Let's be fair. Your time will come.
Yes.
Use it your way. You are now a deputy minister. Your time will come.
Honourable members, let me use this opportunity to admonish the entire House that debate can be interrupted under Order 122 based strictly on certain conditions. And the conditions are clearly spelled out. On hindsight, let me read Order 122.5. If you get up on a point of order or point of procedure, what exactly is expected of you? Order 122.5 says, a member who interrupts debate on a point of procedure or point of order shall state the rules of procedure that the member on the floor has breached, or the procedural matter that requires a ruling of the Speaker before subjecting the member on the floor to the ruling of the Speaker. We need to comply strictly with these rules. Interruption of debate doesn't give room to any member of parliament to argue. You will be completely out of order if you use Order 122 to engage in rebuttal. You can take note of the points. When it gets to your turn, then you can state so. So we should stop acting completely out of order. Honorable Ahmed. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader,
Mr.
why
Speaker,
are you up?
I rise on a point of information. Mr. Speaker, 122. Mr. Speaker, to inform. Yes. Yes.
Honorable Majority Leader, what is the point of information? What is the point of information?
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member indicated that the
Honorable members, let's look at Order 122C. A debate may be interrupted by a point of information, elucidation, or clarification. So if a member gets up to say, I am rising on a point of information, I will ask the member, what is the point of information?
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ahmed indicated in debate that the former Minister for Finance, who left this country claiming he was going for medical treatment, and it became an issue in this House, that the minority leader, Honorable Afenyo, came to this House to assure us that on a given date in July this year, the former Minister of Finance will be in Ghana and he will produce him. Mr. Speaker, I was the one that day who rose up on a point of order and objected and asked him not to undertake to do something that he will not be able to deliver on.
He didn't listen to you.
And he didn't listen to me.
Honorable Majority Leader.
And persisted.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is indeed true that he came to this House and promised to produce
Honorable Majority Leader.
And he hasn't done that.
Honorable Majority Leader. Yes, your point of information is that what Minority Leader said, he didn't say. As indicated by Ahmed, he said it. Yes, Minority Leader. Yes, Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the records would bear me out that indeed, when the respected former finance minister had issue with the OSP, which mattered the majority leader himself, came to apologize. He used the dispatch box to apologize on behalf of government for the mishandling of the whole matter. We as leaders owed a responsibility and a duty in the matter. I, right here, indicated that Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta had written to the OSP through his lawyers that he was going to be in the country on or before May, not July. This was in February. Mr. Speaker, in the letter, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta again indicated that he had been booked for surgery. When the time came and his doctors further advised that the surgery will require some healing process, Mr. Speaker, he again wrote, this time not only a letter by his lawyers, the letter from his doctors. Mr. Speaker, the doctors wrote and indicated that they had booked him for surgery and that the post-recovery will take some time. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of record. It's not a matter that Mr. Speaker, I again made this known right here in this chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not a matter of I resigning or making a promise and failing to honor that. Let's put things in proper context. All I want Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim to understand is that when it comes to ill health, our medicals, all of us may go through it one way or the other. If a man is going through a serious medical condition, how many of us will be bold to disclose our medical records? But the man has disclosed his medical record. Mr. Speaker, that hospital where he's receiving treatment is a renowned medical hospital in the United States. Let's be fair to Ken Ofori-Atta. Let's be fair. It can be you tomorrow. This is not the way to treat a fellow citizen.
Honorable members, can we
Let's be fair
proceed
to him. None of us will be bold to even make available our medical records.
Can we proceed on the commentary?
He has made it available.
Honorable members, it appears we are deviating from the issue at hand.
Talk to the majority leader.
Can we proceed?
Is the majority
leader? Can we proceed? Honorable members, can we proceed
Mr. Speaker,
with the commentary
Mr. Speaker,
on
Mr. Speaker, it is
the
important.
budget?
This is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, no. When he gave indications, you kept talking and said things that you shouldn't say, giving an impression that members on this side are insensitive to the medical condition of Ken Ofori-Atta. That is the impression you have sought to give. Mr. Speaker, Ken Ofori-Atta was very sick in this country. You could see the sickness in his face. But at that time, it was sweet to be a finance minister. It was sweet to be a finance minister. In spite of the ill health, he persisted and insisted on remaining in this country as a finance minister. How come that suddenly, because today he is being sought after by the law enforcement agencies, he cannot live in this country and is claiming illness? He was sick when he was finance minister. We all saw it. He was sick.
Honorable members, can we make progress? Let's make progress.
Mr. Speaker,
I strictly want to give the floor to Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim,
he's not pretending to be sick. The majority leader must be fair.
Honorable members, let's shift away from the discussion regarding the medical condition of the former finance minister.
We will not accept it.
Honorable members, let's shift away from the medical conditions of the former finance minister. Please continue with the commentary on the debate.
Mr. Speaker, I've already laid the foundation that the 2026 budget statement is the best in my 17-year stay in this house. And Mr. Speaker, there's no controversy about this. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this as a senior member of this house.
Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, the first point was in connection with the ECOWAS convergence criteria listings. Let me go to page 9 of the 2025-2026 budget. What we did in 2011, handed over the economy to our brothers on the other side, and they took us back. The best managers of the economy are back, and we are doing wonders again. Look at the results. Paragraph 45, page 9. Mr. Speaker, by the third quarter of 2025, Ghana had met 5 out of the 6 ECOWAS convergence criteria. a marked improvement from the same period in 2024. This progress reflects government's strong commitment to macroeconomic stability, supported by front-loaded fiscal consolidation, credible structural reforms, and an appropriately tight monetary policy stand. Mr. Speaker, let me come. Budget deficit of, including grants, less than or up to 3%, Mr. Speaker, we have 2.3 achieved. Inflation, annual average of less than or equal to 5, Mr. Speaker, 18.5. That is the only one that was not achieved. Central bank budget deficit, zero financing, achieved. Gross eternal reserve of at least 3 months, Mr. Speaker, we have 4.8, achieved. Nominal exchange rate, plus or equal to 10%, Mr. Speaker, achieved. So, Mr. Speaker, then public debt to GDP, not more than 70%, Mr. Speaker, we have 48.9% achieved. So if we achieved 5 out of 6, you couldn't do. So between we and you, who are the best managers of this economy? The case is settled. Never compare yourself with the NDC on the economic front again. We are the best managers of the economy. The records are showing. Mr. Speaker, the second point, and let me quote you. Mr. Speaker, let me go to a statement made by the former president of this country. Mr. Speaker, President Nana Akufo-Addo. He was crying about rating agencies and was saying that Fitch Solutions, Standard & Poor's, Moody's were biased towards Africa because they downgraded his economy, and therefore was calling on African Union to design our own marking scheme. Mr. Speaker, externalities are externalities. They are the independent rating agencies. Rating NDC and MPP. They've rated both of us. What you couldn't do, we've done it. Mr. Speaker, let me read. Ghana's president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has lashed out on international credit rating agencies across the globe, describing its rating as reckless. According to President Akufo-Addo, the consistent downgrade of Ghana's economy by credit rating agencies have contributed to the country's current economic woes. Reckless downgrade are not in the best interest of developing countries like Ghana, he cried. If we give you an economy and after that they are marking you and you are crying because you have failed. You are crying in the hands of rating agencies. NDC has come. Mr. Speaker, he cried and said we should fund our own rating agencies. We should ignore African rating agencies. We should ignore Moody's. We should ignore S&P. We should ignore Fitch Solutions. Mr. Speaker, we have not changed any of the examiners. The same examiners between we and you. The same marking scheme. What you couldn't do. We gave you B-minus economy when we were exiting in 2016. You took us to a junk economy. We are back. We are back. We are not assessing ourselves. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to the 2026 budget and economic policy. Mr. Speaker, I'm older than all of them sitting there in this house. So when I'm talking, they must listen. Including the minority, all of them. Before you came, I was here.
Honorable member, be mindful of your time.
So, Mr. Speaker, by experience, they should learn from me. Oh, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude without bringing our results to you. Mr. Speaker, S&P have upgraded Ghana. Fitch Solution, Ghana upgraded. Moody's, Ghana upgraded. What you couldn't do, we have done it. And all these are found space in the budget. So if in the whole 16 West African countries, Ghana is the only country that is leading in terms of meeting the economic convergence criteria. If in the whole West African monetary zone, we, S&P, have upgraded us, Standard & Poor's, Moody's Solution, Fitch Solution, all are saying that the NDCs are the better managers of the Ghanaian economy. What is your case? Bring your marking scheme, bring your results. Even you cannot see your finance minister to bring you your results. Your exam papers are with him. But now finance minister should be going from Joy FM, TV3, defending the previous case. Where are they? This was the Atakwa did and we are here. Mubekao. Mr. Mr. Speaker, not only that,
What is the
in the
meaning of
2024 budget statement and economic policy,
What is the meaning of Ubekaho?
Mr. Speaker, you know they are good at opposition, so they will stay there for long. And you could see how the minority leader is enjoying minority leadership. What he said, it was a hell. He is there enjoying now. When we were here, we said, come to minority, come to minority. He said he will not sit on that chair. Today he is taking that luxurious chair and even decorating it. Mr. Speaker, on a very serious note, the third point, in 2024, the entire DACF that the previous administration gave to local government in this country was 347 million. You couldn't get the 2024 allocation. You collapsed district assemblies. Monies were not sent to them. Mr. Speaker, from 2021 to 2024, the entire amount that they transmitted to district assemblies was 7.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, first quarter alone, Atufonsi Mahama administration sent close to 987 million. Second quarter, 1.8 billion. Third quarter, 1.4 billion. By the fourth quarter, Mr. Speaker, we have equaled all their 4 years disbursement that they have done to the local government. Do you believe in district assembly, local government administration? Mr. Speaker, they themselves, in 2024, in 2023, they came to this house and told us that they are going to assess all the district assemblies by performing the Part 8. Mr. Speaker, 2024, they couldn't do it. 2024, you couldn't even assess the district assemblies in 2024. So the Part 8, you couldn't do it. Mr. Speaker, in this 2025, Mahama administration has made us perform the Part 9. So that the Part 8, Mr. Speaker, is cancelled because they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. It is cancelled. We have done the Part 9. 118 district assemblies have passed. 143 have failed. And that is 2024 assessment. Mr. Speaker, all the 118 that have passed, each is getting about 9 million Ghana cedis, 8 million Ghana cedis, 10 million Ghana cedis to be added to their district assembly common fund.
Honourable member, your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Honourable members, clearly, anytime there is interruption, I will ask the timekeepers to stop your time for you. So I will then proceed to give the floor to Honourable Opoku Ansah.
Mr. Speaker.
No, I have given the floor to Opoku Ansah, Honourable. Honourable Opoku Ansah, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very much,
Honourable Minister for Local Government. Your time is up. Honourable Opoku Ansah, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I mean, if we were to look at the behavior of the local government minister, clearly, it sums up this whole budget. The budget is empty. And they say that empty barrels make the most noise. And so
you are speaking for 15 minutes.
Everything that the local government minister has sought to do in this house is to just make empty noises by not even making any reference to this budget. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance,
you see, Honourable Opoku Ansah,
he made reference.
You could have proceeded to make your point without making reference to the conduct of the local government minister.
In fact, Mr. Speaker,
so the aspect that you are making reference to the conduct of the local government minister, please withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, before I withdraw, when the local government minister was making his submissions, he pointed to the fact that I, a then first timer, a backbencher, led a whole coup d'etat to take out the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, this is factually inaccurate. But you allowed this to go on. You never asked him to withdraw. I stood up. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you saw me and decided that you were not going to call me. And I'm surprised that, Mr. Speaker, you are asking me by stating a fact that a minister has stood here for 15 minutes, made no reference to this budget.
That is not what I am asking you to withdraw. You are saying that by the conduct of the local government minister, it shows that the budget is empty.
Yes.
So, will you consider that as an insult?
Oh, no, Mr. Speaker, no. Mr. Speaker.
So, you are saying that his conduct is empty?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to point to the fact that...
That is why I'm asking you to withdraw.
This budget, that was presented by Honorable Atufosin, it's indeed empty, Mr. Speaker.
That is why I am asking you, you can describe the budget without referencing it to the conduct of the local government minister.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. If you so believe that I should withdraw, I've withdrawn. I think that I need to move on. But clearly, making noise to explain something that has nothing do not solve problems. Mr. Speaker, making noise to explain something that has nothing really do not solve problems. Mr. Speaker, when the minister presented the budget, in fact, he termed it resetting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. In my small village in Impraiso, people were full of excitement. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I remember that very day. I even got angry with my side that we were delaying the process and that we should allow the finance minister to present that sweet news that he wanted to give to Ghanaians. But it turned out that whatever the minister did here, he was just engaged in sloganeering. The budget was heavy on slogans, but empty on substance. And that is what I made reference to, that if you come here and present an empty budget, all your people can do is to now seek to want to make noise and shout. Mr. Speaker, budget or economic management is premised on trust. In fact, if you really want to lead people, you need to build trust. The people must have a certain level of trust in you. Honorable Atufosin came to this house, presented the 2025 budget, and made some claims that government intends to invest some monies into goods and services. Government intends to invest some monies into capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, in the 2026 budget, we all got to find out in this house that only 56% of goods and services was released. It is not surprising that, Mr. Speaker, today you walk through some ministries in this country and their lifts are not working. Mr. Speaker, you walk through some ministries in these countries and common pen, A4 sheets are not there for people to work with. And that is what they were making a lot of noise. That global ratings are rating us, Fitch is giving us this. Mr. Speaker, my little boy is 10-year-old. Recently, I found out that the young boy comes home and he seems to be growing lean. But every day when this boy is going to school, daddy gives this boy money. Then we find out from him, Johnny, why are you growing lean when daddy gives you money? It ends up that, Mr. Speaker, Johnny now saves the money in the bank without feeding on the money. Mr. Speaker, when Ghanaians give you money to spend on the economy, and you decide that you are going to keep the money in your pocket and that you don't spend, yes, your accounts will look big, but in actual sense, your economy will be growing lean. And that is what has happened to the economy of this country under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, another interesting point is their investment on capital expenditure. Only 34% was released during this 2025, in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, that is alarming. Because this is a government that came with big promises, agenda, the big push, Mahama, whatever, and all of that. That roads are going to be constructed in this country under the big push and agenda. Then at the end of the day, the Nkokon, Kitinketi, and every project under this government only saw 34% in capital expenditure. What it means is that you are not even paying contractors. What it means is that you are not releasing monies to the Ministry of Agri to buy more Nkoko so that 50 households will be getting money. What it means is that even common desilting of gutters is not being done because you are not releasing the money to do that. And it's problematic.
How can we have an economy that is growing in name, but in actual sense, the economy is leaning because the Minister for Finance has refused to release monies for all of that? Mr. Speaker, the minister also said that ever since they took office, they have awarded close to about 63 billion worth of contracts under the big push. But we all know that in the 2025 budget, what the minister announced was some 13 billion. In this budget, what the minister has announced is 30 billion. Mr. Speaker, if you were to put 13 plus 30 billion together, we are looking at 43 billion. Is the minister telling us that now the government is engaged in some financial engineering to want to find some monies from elsewhere when this parliament has not approved that extra 20 million? We want to find out from them. Where are they getting that 20 billion from to fund the big push agenda? Is it the case that they are making noise, telling the people of Wase that we are going to construct bridge, when indeed the money for that wonderful edifice that they showed us is non-existent? Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that in the spirit of promoting the Public Financial Management Act and ensuring that this government do not violate it, we investigate where this government is going to get the 20 extra billion to fund their big push agenda. It's a matter of concern. Mr. Speaker, there's been unrealistic revenue that this government announced. Indeed, there's been some shortfalls. The 2025 revenue targets, they have made some 7.7 billion in total revenue. They have made some 6.8 billion in domestic revenue. So I was surprised when I heard Atu Forsin claiming in this house that his government is projecting some 18.8% increases in the 2026 without any credible measures. It is worrying, and I think that they ought to check. Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that today, if you went to Okaenshi market or you entered into Mokola market, a lot of the business communities have lost confidence in this government. They have lost confidence in this government. Indeed, the trading market, clearly, if 25 out of the 45 treasury auctions fail, which represents some 55% of failure rate, happens in this country, then there's a big problem. And I think that they ought to watch it. But Mr. Speaker, I want to zoom into the communications and the digitalizations industry. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this is a sector that should anchor Ghana's future. Communication is everything. People are talking digital. We are looking at how AI is able to transform this economy. Mr. Speaker, indeed, only 331 million was allocated to the Ministry of Communication. Mr. Speaker, this is quite worrying. We never saw any AI readiness plan in this budget. There was no national digital architecture announced in this budget. No broadband affordability strategy announced in this budget. No structured digital transformation roadmap announced in this budget. Mr. Speaker, the only things that we saw, the only news that we heard was that government is allocating some 70 million for Digital Youth Hub. But this Digital Youth Hub, as a member of the Communications and Informations Committee, not even a single plan has been laid before us. We don't know what Digital Youth Hub is going to do, whether it's going to create jobs or whether it's going to train people and all of that. Mr. Speaker, I said this because in the last budget, the government said they are investing 100 million in their 100 coders program, 1 million coders program. This year, they are making claims that they are also investing the same 100 million in the 1 million coders program. But as a member of the Communications Committee, I've sat through this committee for 9 months. Not even one single coder has been trained. So you wonder, where did this money go to? Where did this money go to? Indeed, they mentioned big monies in this budget, but virtually do nothing in it. Mr. Speaker, another interesting bit is rural telephony. We know that under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, over 1,200 rural telephony sites were planted across this country. This government intends to invest some 30 million in the rural telephony project. But what is lacking is that we have not seen any constituency list. Mr. Speaker, we have not seen any constituency map. We are not being told that for this particular year, we want to do this X amount of rural telephony projects across the globe. They have virtually done nothing, which is a bit worrying, Mr. Speaker. They have talked about the Coders program and all of that. But, Mr. Speaker, to end, I want to bring this to the attention of this House. Mr. Speaker, when the MPP government, under His Excellency President John Ajekum Kufuor, wanted to have something to do with Ghana Telecom, they came to this very House. In fact, Ghana Telecom found expression in the budget the very year that the government intended to do something about it. Mr. Speaker, today, as we speak, there's a company called 80. 80 is a measure between Airtel and Tigo. Today, we call it 80 Ghana. Mr. Speaker, 80 is struggling. You will be there as a member of parliament. Then the government through the ministry will announce that they are looking for international partners to come and take over 80. The next breath, you will be there and the minister will walk to 80 and assure the people that 300 jobs will be maintained. In another breath, you'll be there and an announcement will be made that the government is considering a merger between 80 and Telecel. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Parliament. We represent the over 30 million Ghanaians. If this matter is not brought before us, then who else should get to know what is happening in this 80 measure? Mr. Speaker, so I thought that if indeed this government wants to protect the over 300 employees at 80, if indeed this government wanted to protect over 4 million subscribers at 80, 80 should have found expression in this budget. But they did not. All we care about at the ministry is how we are able to do promo for DSTV. And today, that is the focus of the ministry. All they care about is how Ghanaians are able to subscribe to DSTV and get more offers. That we have now virtually turned the Ministry of Communication, Digitalization and Innovation to a promotional center for DSTV. When the focus should be on how we are developing or expanding infrastructure in this country. The focus should be on how we are planting more telephony in rural areas. The focus should be on how we are helping young girls learn ICT. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I can conclude that this government, when it comes to AI, this government, when it comes to digitalization, this government, when it comes to how we are able to digitize everything that we do in this country, has lost focus. They have failed. And that is why, to the young boy who is sitting in circle, hoping that this government is coming to inject some money into his program, the apps that is developing, I am telling you, this government is a Midofu Adadame government that you do not need to put some trust in them. To the young boy in Impraiso, who is hoping that this government is going to employ him. To the young boy in Zabzugu, who is hoping that this government is going to provide some employment to them. What I'm telling them is that, look no further. Now, I'm buying way there. In fact, it is wrong. They have no plans for us.
You know, we speak English. Whatever you say in Twi, you translate into English.
Omonyo is a fancy word. If a fancy man says Omonyo, my big brother Tamils is here. It means that it is overly bad. I say a pro, and that is what this government has done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what he said is not fancy. Yes. What he said is not fancy. Yes, and it doesn't sound fancy. And the real fancy word is omunyo. What he said is wrong. So he needs to withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I seek to withdraw omonyo and replace with omunyo.
You don't have the floor. It's now the turn of Honorable Eriko Poku. Honorable, you have 15 minutes. You are speaking for 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor of the House. The Speaker, my colleague, Honorable Davis Opoku, MP for Mprayeso, has described the budget before the House as empty budget. And the basis of this statement is that the budget did not provide enough resources for capital investment. I want to start my debate from these critical issues that my colleague has raised before the House. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I agree with him perfectly. Capital expenditure or capital investment induces long-term economic development. It creates sustainable employment. It increases incomes and establishes conditions that encourage private sector investment. And so when you invest in capital projects, you are creating jobs. You are expanding your economy. And as the economy burgeons, you liberate your people from the shackles of poverty in the country.
Wisdom.
Mr. Speaker, I have with me the 2024 budget presented on the floor of this House by our colleagues when they were in the majority. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, just 11 months ago, the budget provided for capital expenditure, which was 28 billion Ghana cedis. And they indicated that out of the 28 billion, the Ghanaian economy can generate only 18 billion. The remaining 10 million was to be borrowed from outside Ghana. Just 10 months ago. Today, we are debating the 2026 budget. And the allocation for capital expenditure is 57 billion. 57 billion. Mr. Speaker, it is indicated in the 2026 budget that out of the 57 billion earmarked for capital expenditure, this economy can generate 45 billion. 45 billion. In fact, when you look at the total capital expenditure in the budget, you look at the capital expenditure plus the capital component of the earmark funds, and in the 2024 budget altogether, your total was 38 billion. Today, after just 10 months in office, the government of the NDC, under the visionary leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has increased our capital budget from the 38 billion to 77 billion. 103% increase. And you are here condemning this. And you are describing this document as empty. It means you don't have better appreciation of it. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note this, that in the 2024 budget, they projected that if they happen to be in power, in government again, in 2026, they will increase Ghana's capital budget to 44 billion. We are doing 77 billion. And you have the courage, the temerity to stand before this August House to describe this budget as empty. Mr. Speaker, he also spoke about non-payment of contractors, that we are not paying contractors. Mr. Speaker, I have the 2024 budget here. The budget your government presented to this House just 10 months ago, you projected that 2026, if you happen to be in government again,
you pay arrears of 12 billion. 12 billion. Read the 2026 budget. We have provided arrears 29 billion. My brother, you don't know the contents of the budget. Mr. Speaker, I am quoting from page 161 of the 2026 budget and page 176 of the 2024 budget. Mr. Speaker, I see a shift from expenditure on goods and services to expenditure on capital projects. We now have a government that thinks about the people, that thinks about the future of this country. And the government says that let us not spend the monies in the offices. Let's prioritize the interests of the Ghanaian people above our private interests. And Mr. Speaker, I want to demonstrate this. In the 2024 budget, the budget they presented before the House 10 months ago, they stated under goods and services that 2026 they will spend 14.5 billion, that's 15 billion on goods and services. That's office expenditure. Government changed. The NDC government is in office. And we have presented the 2026 budget. We are saying that no, we cannot spend 15 billion as office expenditure. We have reduced it to 13 billion. And you are not applauding this. They even projected that if they happen to be in government, in 2027, office expenditure will increase to 17 billion. And we, in the 2026 budget, we are saying that we'll do 14 billion. We are cutting down office expenditure and then increasing capital expenditure. Is this not the way to grow the economy? So what are you criticizing? Then, Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, these people were on a journey to destroy our nation. And I'm coming to demonstrate that. And I'm happy. I'm happy that at the gallery today, we have school children. And they will listen to what they have done. The damage they have done to the Ghanaian economy. And they still have the guts to stand before us here to debate us. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, this is the budget they presented before us here. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in the 2024 budget, they told us that inflows into the health insurance fund will be 9 billion Ghana cedis. The Ghanaian people will pay for quality health service amounting to 9 billion Ghana cedis. But when they get that 9 billion, they will make available only 6.5 billion Ghana cedis to the fund. And they will expend the rest on office expenditure. So, quality health care was never your priority. Today, you sit here, you argue that we lack basic things in our hospitals. Now, who cost come? Today, in the 2026 budget, we have projected an inflow of 11 billion Ghana cedis into the health insurance fund. And we are saying that the entire 11 billion will be released to the fund. Is this not good news? Now let me go to Get Fund. The reason why we still have schools under trees in this country, the reasons why our children are still being schooled in dilapidated blocks, it is all because they collected monies meant for the development of school infrastructure and diverted it for other purposes. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. In the India budget, 2024 budget, they indicated that inflows into Get Fund will be 8 billion. Now, when they receive the 8 billion, when the Ghanaian people pay taxes for them to build schools, to develop education, and deliver quality education to the people of Ghana, they will give the Ghanaian people, out of the 8 billion, only 3.2 billion. Only 3.2 billion. My brother Kwaku is here. He knows this, but he can't talk about it. You know. I know you know this. This is what you did. So the Ghanaian people pay taxes. Government, take my taxes and build schools for our children. The government took the money, 8 billion, and gave just 3.2 billion to Get Fund to build schools. Even that one, they collateralized 60.2 of the 3.2 billion through a vehicle called Dachi PLC. You think we have forgotten? Today, in this budget, NDC is saying that Get Fund, we're expecting an inflow of 9.8 billion, 10 billion, and you give the entire 10 billion to Get Fund to enable them build schools. And you call this budget empty. Mr. Speaker, when you go to paragraph 557 and 558 of the budget, we are saying that because of the resources we are making available for school development, for the development of education, in 2026, we are building 2 technical universities. 2 technical universities. One in Jasekan, one in Techiman. We are saying that we are also partnering the Catholic Church to build a new university in Damango. And you think that the people are not happy? We are saying that we are building 2 public universities. 2 public universities. One in Kintampo. Mr. Speaker, are you saying that the people are not happy? One in Techiman. You are saying that they are not happy? Within 1 year, we want to build 5 universities. 5 universities. Tell us whether in the period of 1 year, 8 years, were you able to complete 2 universities in this country? No. And now you call this empty. Mr. Speaker, let's move on. Road fund. I've heard some of our colleagues. I've heard some of them complaining that our roads are bad. Fix the roads. They are mounting pressure here and there. As if they don't know what they did. In their own budget, 2024, they projected revenue inflow of 2.8 billion into the road fund and said that when they receive the money, they will give the road fund only 1.1 billion. Today, we are projecting 3 billion Ghana cedis into the road fund. And we are saying that we are giving the entire 3 billion to the road fund for the maintenance of our roads. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama, through this budget, is laying a solid foundation for the development of our country. For the first time in the history of this country, Mahama is proposing in this budget to construct an expressway in Ghana. Expressway. We have never seen that one in Ghana. Apart from Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who did the motorway, Mahama is the next president to construct an express road here in Ghana. That road spans from Accra to Kumasi. According to the design, on that road, we are constructing 8 interchanges. 8! And you call this budget empty. You call this budget empty. Mr. Speaker, apart from Kwame Nkrumah, who invested in the construction of the Akoso Modine to generate 1,200 megawatts of power, that huge investment is still benefiting Ghanaians. Mahama is the next president. In this budget, he's proposing to set up thermal plants to generate 1,200 megawatts of power. And you say this is not a good budget? Mr. Speaker, I think it is important for us that after the presentation of the budget in the workshop, you allow us, the ministers who generated the budget, to come and participate, to come and educate our colleagues, especially those in opposition. Because I have listened to all the arguments they are talking about. They are just debating on commentaries. They are not talking about substance.
They are not talking about substance. Mr. Speaker, let me crave your indulgence.
Honourable members, let me also announce the presence of students from University Basic School, North Campus. They are led by Mr. Victor Fifi Adson, headmaster. They are from Cape Coast North. They numbered 144. Then we also have Weja Model Basic School, led by Miss Dorothy Mbro, head teacher. They are from Weja Bawe. They numbered 104. Honorable members, on your behalf, I welcome them and urge them to have a fruitful visit to Parliament. May you resume your seat. Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Alassane Tampoli Sulemana. You are speaking for 15 minutes. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before this House. Mr. Speaker, before I go to the substantive issues, I'd like to quickly take note of a comment regarding the intention to produce power up to 1,200 megawatts of power. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing today happened in 2015. In the heat of the Dumsor crisis, what this party, the NDC party, did to us as Ghanaians was to go about signing more and more power purchase agreements. And in the end, what happened? We had oversubscription. Mr. Speaker, we have 5,300 megawatts of installed capacity. 5,300 megawatts of installed capacity. And Mr. Speaker, peak demand is about 3,500. Mr. Speaker, we have in excess of almost 2,000 megawatts. So what are you signing 1,200 megawatts for? Mr. Speaker, we must be very careful because when you do this, you add to the charges that the Ghanaian people have to pay. And it is the reason why we were paying nearly $600 million annually. And in 2018 alone, we paid extra capacity of $1 billion. And we must be very careful what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, what are we generating the power for? The production side, the transmission side. What we need more is the distribution side. How to take power to the distinguished leaders' communities in Baku Central. How to take power to Honorable Doyo's communities. That is what we need. The power is available. We need the transmission lines and we need to distribute the power. Basically, that is what we need, not to go and add to power which we already have. Mr. Speaker, the speaker just before me should have looked at the public gallery today and compare the public gallery to Thursday when the Minister for Finance was presenting the budgets. Today's gallery is even more full than what we saw on Thursday. It tells you the level of lack of confidence in the investor community. Mr. Speaker, the diplomatic community was not here. The only person that we found was your chairman. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, nobody was interested. It's as if they knew that the budget is going to be as empty as the public gallery. Mr. Speaker, I refer to page 126
page 76 to 77 of the budget statements. The area that has to do with transportation. Mr. Speaker, I have read the budget and I've read the appendices, and it's extremely sad that this government is paying so much lip service to the railway sector. I see only 70 million Ghana cedis being allocated to the railway sector. Mr. Speaker, we have to put our hands where our mouth is, isn't it? Mr. Speaker, $70 million comes to about less than $7 million. 70 million cedis comes to about less than $7 million. Mr. Speaker, what can $7 million do for the railway sector? Mr. Speaker, I'll give you one example. The construction of the 97-kilometer railway line, standard gauge railway line from Tema to Mpaka Dam, cost us almost $500 million. And so if you throw $7 million at the railway sector, what are you doing? Mr. Speaker, $1 billion has been raised in this chamber, and we know what $1 billion, for instance, can do. From where we ended at Mpaka Dam, you need about $1 billion to take the railway line all the way to Nkwanta. Mr. Speaker, there is a very good reason why we have to do this railway. Our government ended it at Mpaka Dam. What you have to do in order not to make it stranded asset is to be able to do the terminal, exit terminal at Mpaka Dam, and go and do the entry terminal at Bupe, so that we can move cargo on the barges all the way to Bupe and then move them to the northern part of the country and to the Sahelian regions. Mr. Speaker, what are we seeing? As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, the Edum to Kase Railway Network Lines contract has been cancelled by this government. Edum to Kase, it has been cancelled. Mr. Speaker, this same $1 billion that I'm talking about, you can construct a railway line from Accra and go past Kumasi, 250 kilometers with $1 billion. And all we are thinking about is presidential jets for the luxury of the executive. Is that your priority? Is that what you told the Ghanaian people? Is that what we told them? The people are suffering and you are buying jets. To do what? Mr. Speaker, the railway line that we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, we have natural resources at the place called Sheni in the Zabuzugu Tatale area. Mr. Speaker, we have petroleum deposits, and GMPC and its subsidiary Exploco have started, activities in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, we need to do these railways so that when we find the products, we mine them, we produce, we are able to move them to areas where we can ship them to where they are needed. Mr. Speaker, so what are we doing? It's a litany of misplaced priorities. We are doing an expressway. Expressway. Mr. Speaker, we have an existing road to Kumasi. We have dualized from Accra to Apedja. What is left for us to be able to dualize the rest? Or we can make it 3-lane. Mr. Speaker, why are we doing an alternative road so that what? We maintain the two? You are going to be maintaining the expressway and you'll be maintaining the current road. Mr. Speaker, this is misplaced priority. And I want to submit with all due respect that the Minister for Finance and this government and the cabinet must reconsider that decision. It's misplaced. You can do roads in your various communities. Don't you need them? Mr. Speaker, you can see that my colleagues are not here on the other side because they are going to chase roads. And you are going to put the road in one area. Mr. Speaker, we have a challenge. His Excellency the President in July this year met with Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Mr. Speaker, and they put some concerns before His Excellency the President. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I would read just a portion and I'll put it before the table office. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders said, and I quote, if you have 20 containers on one bill of lading, you are charged 20 separate administrative fees. But in China, you are charged only once per bill of lading. And the president directed that they should do something about it. Mr. Speaker, we compare with what is happening in Nigeria. When you take the typical custom clearance documents in Nigeria, you have 13 charges. Import documentation fee, port additional charge, container cleaning and maintenance, tellers release, amendment charge, stamp duty, documentation fee issuance, container deposit, another container deposit, and a third one, and the last one. 13. Mr. Speaker, in Togo, you have 8. And Mr. Speaker, I need help to mention the number of charges that we have when you take our custom declaration form. Mr. Speaker, I need help to count with me. Mr. Speaker, import levy, import VAT.
Can you
import
also
national health
do us a
insurance
favor
levy.
by telling us the effective date?
Which one?
The effective date of what you are.
Mr. Speaker, this is the rate. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, this is the existing rate, and we were told by this government that we are going to do something about the port charges. And I'm going to demonstrate that nothing has been done. Mr. Speaker, the effective date today is import levy, 1. Import VAT, 2. Import national health insurance levy, 3. Get fund levy, 4. Import excise duty, 5. Examination fee, 6. AU levy, 7. ECOWAS levy, 8. Processing fee, 9. Special import levy, 10. Interest charge, 11. State warehousing rent, 12. Exim levy, 13. Shippers levy, 14. Network charge, 15. Network VAT, 16. Network charge COVID, 17. Ghana shippers, 18. Network charge national health insurance levy, 19. 1% withholding tax on imports. And then, Mr. Speaker, finally, container charges, updating. 21. Mr. Speaker, updating. Mr. Speaker, we were voted into power to come and solve problems, not to leave the problems as they are. And then tell us when did they come? Mr. Speaker, you are supposed to solve the problem. Mr. Speaker, we are told, for instance, that government officials have gone to COP30 in Brazil. Mr. Speaker, they are attending the climate change conference. And we're hoping that at the very least, we will live by what we practice. Mr. Speaker, we are attending climate change conference. And this government inherited an arrangement that produced for us 10 electric buses out of 100. Mr. Speaker, today as we speak, not a single electric bus has been brought apart from the ones that we gave to this country. Mr. Speaker, not a single bus. Mr. Speaker, again, when you go to the $1 billion, do you know what $1 billion can do for Metro Mass, SIC, GPRTU, Ghana Road Transport Coordinating Council? It can give them 4,000 buses. Mr. Speaker, 4,000 buses. And all we are thinking about is executive debts, long range, medium range. Mr. Speaker, we have a presidential jet which is operational. It has gone for servicing and it is currently airworthy. And in the words of the Minister for Foreign Affairs, it is in a pristine condition. Mr. Speaker, we are not opposed to government procuring helicopters for the military and other needed accoutrements. But Mr. Speaker, we are opposed to acquisition of luxury jets for the use of the president and ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, those are not the priorities of the people. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agri just left here. Currently, in my constituency and in the entire north, some of my colleagues here are farmers. And you know what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker,
You have the budget before you.
I do have the budget.
Link the budget to your statement that they are acquiring jets for president and executives.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this one is a matter that has been settled before this House. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that is on page 136, and in particular, paragraph 1089, 1090,
Please
1091.
Quote them.
Mr. Speaker, it reads on page 136, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Air Force will be retooled. Beginning 2026, the government of Ghana will begin the procurement process for the acquisition of 4 modern helicopters, 1 long-range and 1 medium-range aircraft. Mr. Speaker, this is the language that we use when we are buying a presidential jet. We bought it, President Kufuor bought a presidential jet, and this is the language. And when we came before this House in 2022 by the Minister for Defense at the time, this is the same language. It is the recommendation of the Ghana Armed Forces that we put before this House. So, Mr. Speaker, it is in essence a presidential jet. The current one that we have, it is in the name of the Air Force,
that is your own interpretation.
Jet. Mr. Speaker, 200 million cedis has been allocated to buffer stock to support farmers. Mr. Speaker, there is a glut. You buy fertilizer for over 400 cedis and you sell a bag of maize or soya beans for 200 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, next year, no farmer is going to do anything about his son. So, Mr. Speaker, we are sending a word of caution that the 200 million cedis that you have allocated to buffer stock to buy products from the farmers is inadequate. Mr. Speaker, in the Northeast alone, 200.
Honourable Member, your time is up. It's now the turn of Honourable Bawa Brahma. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for permitting me to comment on the budget statement and economic policy for the year ending 2026. And I would like to make a brief comment on the acquisition of aircraft for the military. When the unfortunate incident of the August 6th happened in this country, the clarion call was that the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Air Force need to be retooled. That was the clarion call. Even my friends on the other side, when we met, they said it. You even mentioned it. Sit down.
Honourable, we give you an uninterrupted time to debate. Will you resume your seat? Can you resume your seat? Resume your seat.
Let me.
You have the floor.
The assumption always is that President Mama is looking for a luxury jet. But let me refer them to paragraph 1092, which says that, Mr. Speaker, these aircraft are expected to be delivered in 4 years' time if the procurement processes are completed in 2026. So by 4 years' time, 2030, will President Mama be the president? No, we are thinking of resourcing the Ghana Air Force to ensure that it will be fit for purpose. As a country, we need to have an Air Force that will be fit for purpose. And that is what has found expression in this budget. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the Finance Minister for making provision for the procurement of 100 fire tenders to the Ghana National Fire Service. The last time that the Ghana National Fire Service was retooled was during President Mills of blessed memory's time. That was around 2011. That we saw the Ghana National Fire Service, having new tenders. Now, when disasters occur, or even there's a fire outbreak, the Ghana National Fire Service are found wanting to attend to these fires and then to make sure that at least we stop them. My brother was talking about the Tembatu Pagadan Railway. But that project was started under the NDC. Even the original plan was to take it to Akosombo. You came and you divided, and even the funding was sought by the NDC. So if you have come and you have completed it, give credit where credit is due. Mr. Speaker, let me also state that the future of every country depends on the youth, education. When you get, all of us here, when it is time for school placement, we go around looking for schools, good schools for our wards to attend. We're looking for category A schools. Now, the solution to that problem has found expression in this budget. Right now, 10 category B schools are going to be upgraded to category A schools. What do we mean by that? It means that where resources are being channeled to ensure that at least libraries, classroom blocks, IT infrastructure are all put in place to ensure that at least we have those schools 10 to category A schools. Also, 30 category C schools are going, government is going to inject money to 30 category A schools to ensure that at least they also upgraded to category B schools to ensure that when it's time for me and you to look for placement for our wards, we will not be found wanting. Mr. Speaker, during the previous regime, the President Mohammed's government undertook a massive educational improvement in the secondary schools by bringing in these e-blocks. After we lost power, from 2017 till date, all these e-blocks have been abandoned at various stages of completion. Now, about 30 of them, 30 e-blocks are going to be constructed, to be completed. And I am happy and excited because I have an e-block in my constituency that has been abandoned ever since the NDC lost power. And the people of Ejura are going to be happy to see this e-block being brought back to life. And then also, under the same education, government is constructing about 200 new junior high schools. And this is an ambitious project to ensure that at least, to eliminate the trees, schools and the trees that we have inherited. 200 new primary schools and then 200 new cages are also going to be built. And all these are coming with furnishing, not just empty classrooms as we have been having. Now they will be coming with furnishing. Also, what excites me most is the teacher doubling policy that we proposed in our manifesto. Mr. Speaker, every morning in my constituency, you find teachers commuting to various places, to their villages, to go and teach. And now that problem is going to be solved by the construction of 400 new teachers' quarters with 4 units. It means that each unit can house about 4 teachers. And this is going to help in the retention of teachers in the deprived areas and also help to ensure that at least our children who most of the time are left due to teacher absenteeism will be a thing of the past. Also, 200 million or 2 million monodecks are going to be constructed to be distributed to schools to ensure that the issue of classroom furniture becomes a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, I come from an agrarian constituency, that's Ejura, and what excites me most is the construction of these farmer services centers. When it's time for plowing or when farming season, you find out that most farmers find it difficult to even get tractors to plow their farms. And also even getting credit to buy inputs to use on their farms sometimes becomes difficult. And so with the establishment of these farm service centers, tractors are going to be made available, fertilizers made available, seed made available, and this will go a long way to help the farmers to be able to produce more and then also to be able to make ends meet. What also is of importance to me, Mr. Speaker, is the 1,000 kilometers enclave routes. I was in the constituency last weekend, and the cry of the constituents was that their roads, their farm roads, were very bad. This is because previous government, your government, neglected the roads. Previously, every year, the roads were given on contract for reshaping. I can say, without mentioning words, that for the past 8 years, almost all the roads leading to our farming smaller communities in my constituency were neglected and were not worked on. And as such, right now, farmers are finding it difficult to even cut their farm produce to the market. And so this program of bringing 1,000 kilometers to construct for the agri-enclave routes is going to help our farmers to be able to cut their foodstuffs from the farm centers to the markets. And also, we, the people of Ejura feel that this budget is a budget of hope. This budget is a budget that is going to inspire growth and also ensure that at least we get the needed productivity that we want. So I would therefore want to plead with my colleagues and all of us here to accept this budget, support the government and approve this budget of the government of Ghana for the year 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Martin Kweku Ajay Mensah. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add some commentary to the government's budget statement and economic policy as presented to this House. Mr. Speaker, before I go into the subject matter, I just want to say that in engaging in such exercises as we are doing here, trust and credibility is important. Mr. Speaker, consistency is important. Over the last few days, my colleagues have sought to point to us a lot of inaccuracies in the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I go to page 49, paragraph 330. Mr. Speaker, I quote, concurrently, the Legislative Review Committee began a reviewing critical laws, including the Local Governance Act 2016, Act 923, and the Pre-Tertiary Education Act 2020, Act 1049, to harmonize our decentralization framework. These amended laws will be submitted to Parliament in 2026. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit and place on record the primary legislation for local governance in this country is Act 936. Before Act 936 was Act 462. The hazard will bear me out. Never have we had any act as Local Governance Act 923. How do you seek to review an act that does not exist? Yet, this is what, please, Mr. Speaker, you have to protect me. Yet, this is what the finance minister presents to this House, stated in black and white that Act 923 for local governance is going to be reviewed. There is no such act. This adds to the many pointers that my colleagues have done, that a lot of information in this budget is inaccurate. And Mr. Speaker, going forward is important. Mr. Speaker, this is the Parliament of Ghana. This is the House of Records. The records have captured same. And I'll beg of you, Mr. Speaker, if you could give some directions for this to be expanded from the records, because there is no such act as Local Governance Act 923. Mr. Speaker, again, this country in 2024, August, took delivery of equipment under the DRIP program to maintain our roads. Every district assembly in this country had a set of equipment. Mr. Speaker, the idea is to make sure that our roads in communities in Ghana are maintained so that we do not yearly spend money under the budget of the road ministry to go and reshape roads and manage them. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to note that having spent $178 million United States dollars to purchase group equipment, this budget and the roads is still allocating monies to the ministry to ask contractors to go and maintain feeder roads. This is wastage. This should never be made to happen. Mr. Speaker, the DRIP program is at a near collapse. When this equipment came, part of the agreement was to have the supplier maintain this equipment. Mr. Speaker, go around the country today. It's a common sight to see DRIP equipment hang on blocks. I was traveling from Sine to Atebubu, found one caterpillar hang on blocks. Meanwhile, there were supposed to be mobile service centers. Mr. Speaker, I met the same spectacle in Kumasi a week before. There are reports of people mismanaging these equipment every now and then. Mr. Speaker, 2 budgets have been presented in the life of this government. Nowhere is a sentence mention made of the DRIP initiative. We need to take care of our national assets. Mr. Speaker, it will be absolutely unacceptable for government to spend money under the Ministry of Roads to go and maintain our feeder roads when these DRIP equipments are in every community. They are meant to create jobs. They are job promises government did. Government has not been able to, leader. They are promises your government did. They've not been able to fulfill. DRIP comes handy in providing jobs for our teeming youth. Unfortunately, we are not paying attention to it, and it's being treated in a way that I'm afraid may kill this laudable initiative. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the NPP government as well, under Nana Akufo-Addo, for introducing development initiatives such as the Ghana Secondary City Support Program, the SOCO initiative, the safety net, and so on. Mr. Speaker, these are initiatives that are meant to help accelerate development. Critical infrastructure needs of communities that government cannot fund on itself in real time. Government has had to have agreement with international development partners to support our programs. Mr. Speaker, I can say it was not until about a month ago that SOCO, which has seen a lot of transformation in northern Ghana, communities are benefiting from real projects, which is impacting their lives. Unfortunately, it has been standstill for about 10 months. Same with safety net. It was not until about 3 weeks to 1 month that I'm told there is an indication that it's going to be happening. I've seen the same expression in the budget. But it is just not right for 10 months such a program to be idle. This budget does not mention any policy direction in terms of what we think we want to do with Secondary City Support Program. Mr. Speaker, these are laudable initiatives introduced by the previous government. Let us not kill it under the altar of politics. Mr. Speaker, a lot of promises have been made in the 2025 budget, and the worst is being done in the 2026 budget. I'm sad that the local government minister is left. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page page 86, paragraph 494, we ought to have been having before the close of this year 6 regional House of Chiefs in the 6 newly created regions. Mr. Speaker, we ought to have had a Royal Academy of Chiefs and Traditional Authorities so they can train them in traditional affairs, as they said at the time. All of these remain empty promises. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Local Government, through its agency, the Institute of Local Government Service, introduced to this House a bill, Mr. Speaker, which go to the second stage of reading to set up the University of Local Governance and Development. Mr. Speaker, because of politics, 11 months on, the facilities in these centers, Akumadine, Ogbojo, right? Thank you. And then, Mr. Speaker, Tamale. Infrastructure projects have sprung up, awaiting the passage of this bill so that they can begin to admit students. I'm told today the name has changed to Governance and Development University. Same thing, but the politicking has delayed it to the extent that we are just going around changing names and changing names. We beg of them, just bring it to the House, let's pass it, and get to work. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the delays are not necessary. It adds nothing to it. It does not matter who did what. Once it's going to push in developing the sector in terms of human resource capital, that for me is what is important. Mr. Speaker, again, the last State of the Nation address read by His Excellency the President, John Mahama, in this House, a mention was made of providing, among other towns, a water project in Techiman. Techiman Water Project. Mr. Speaker, 2 budget statements have been presented to this House after the President's promise. None of them featured this project. As I speak to you, the people of Techiman are expectant of the water. Unfortunately, it appears missing here. The NPP government started the project. And so when the President gave the indication that there was going to be a continuation, we're all happy for it. It has not happened. I want to use this opportunity to remind government that the people of Techiman are waiting for the water project. And it's important that we make do with the promise. Mr. Speaker, housing is a problem in this country. The last budget of 2025 stated that the housing deficit in our country is around 1.8 million. Saglemi has featured in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, you will be surprised that even though the overall project had 5,000 units, we are told in this budget that under a redesign, the first phase of the project is going to witness 8,000 units to be completed before this year ends. In the original form and shape of the project, you could not complete 5,000. How do you want to now come and complete 8,000 under a supposed first phase? It is yet another promise made to be broken. It is becoming one too many. And we need to be watchful. Mr. Speaker, today, times have changed. The NDC government can look us in our faces and tell us that in spite of all the economic challenges we have, Ghanaians continue to wallow in abject poverty. We cannot pay our teachers. We cannot recruit our nurses. We should go and buy 6 aircrafts. Mr. Speaker, nobody in principle has any problem with acquiring these aircrafts. But you cannot tell me that 2 presidential aircraft, in addition to 4 helicopters, We cannot be that insensitive to the plight of the poor Ghanaian. The NDC campaigned on the emotions of Ghanaians, that Ghanaians were going to witness a better life. It cannot be, and it should not be on record, that it is in your time, 11 months after coming into office, that you find everything right with purchasing 6 aircrafts. We leave it to the Ghanaian people to judge. It is absolutely not right. Mr. Speaker, that sparks of insensitivity, and government must reconsider the decision. Galamsey is a major issue. Government has made efforts, though not encouraging, not impressive. But what government has done so far lends credence to the fact that if the NPP government had continued with its efforts, we would have made progress. Let me encourage government that you should have every moral high ground to confront the Galamsey menace the way it should be. Let it not be said that our compatriots lost their lives and it should be in vain. The whole country should be behind you because you have every moral authority coming from where we are coming from to confront this menace. Mr. Speaker, it is the case on record that today the state of Galamsey is getting worse. Worse. And the prescription that you prescribed to the then government, you are running away from it. Why would you want to run away when you have made the situation worse? I think that this government must have the political will and be ready to confront a problem that somewhat, somehow, it contributed in deepening it whilst in opposition. Because the then government will have no breathing space in confronting Galamsey. Today, you are faced with it. Bite the bullet and make sure that you win the war.
Remember, your time is up. I then give the floor to Honorable Kwame Asari-Obeng. Honorable Kwame Asari-Obeng. Honorable Tobu Lanchini. You are speaking for 15 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add some comments to the comments that have been made since we started looking at the budget statement and economic policy of the government of the Republic of Ghana for the fiscal year 2026, themed resetting the growth, resetting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. It was ably presented by the Finance Minister under the authority of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, let me diversify a little. My chairman, Honorable James Agalga, and the ranking member, Honorable John Intim-Fojo, dealt so much with physical security. I will beg to diversify a little to include technical security as well as human security in looking at the budget for 2026. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that my colleagues on the other side, anytime they find themselves in opposition, they wax lyrically with some brilliant ideas, but when they find themselves in government, it is always a disaster. I can't believe that you can buy aircraft for the Ghana Police Service, and as we said, you have never seen one flying, and they have the gut to be talking about aircraft as if they have the knowledge in what to do. That is very serious. Mr. Speaker, in the past, we're all here when they imprisoned the Ghana city and handed over the keys to the Inspector General of Police. When you imprison somebody in open prison and believing that this image is so rational and has credibility and will not escape the prison walls, you hand over the key to the IGP, and gradually the dollar was going to 17 Ghana cities. I thank the Ghanaian people. If they had not kicked these people out, Mr. Speaker, by now as we speak, the dollar would have been around 30 Ghana cities to a dollar. Mr. Speaker, where are we going as a country? From 1992, we began the journey in the Fourth Republic. In the year 2017, President Nana Akufo-Addo took over this country. And for 8 good years, he ran this country, and we don't know what the vision was. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget is anchored on a solid vision. And with your permission, let me read it to you. Paragraph 655, the vision of this budget. Our vision is simple but powerful: to build a prosperous, fair, and democratic Ghana anchored on freedom, justice, and equal opportunity for all. We seek a nation where every Ghanaian can live with dignity, earn a decent livelihood, and contribute to a future that reflects our shared values and collective ambition, the Ghana we all want. Mr. Speaker, without a vision, anywhere you decide to go, without a vision, if you take a step to move forward, you will end at anywhere that is not objectionable. Mr. Speaker, without security, we cannot have development. And without this vision, there is no way Ghana can be anchored on the resetting agenda. So we are building this country based on a vision. Mr. Speaker, a house without security is not a home. A house without security is not a home. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine that for 8 good years, Ghana was anchored on very good slogans. Every budget that comes with a beautiful slogan. And let me read one for you. Mr. Speaker, the 2017 budget, it came with a theme, sowing the seed for growth and jobs. Mr. Speaker, what kind of seed can you sow for 8 good years, even if it is red wood? By now we should have been seeing productive fruit. What kind of seed have you sown since 2017? That right now when you go outside, all you see are potholes on our roads. Our forests depleted. Everywhere is a disaster. And those are the seeds that they sowed in 2017. And this is what we are harvesting. Mr. Speaker, they are saying I should go to the budget as if their budget is not important. I am telling you history.
Running away from their
Mr. Speaker, 2017, it was called the Asempa budget. Asempa budget. I don't know what they gave us. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, they gave us the Ajumapa budget, putting Ghana back on track to work again. You are here with me, Mr. Speaker. 2018 ended. We don't know where Ghana was, and we are in a disastrous state. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, I am moving from a Asempa budget and I'm ending with Nkunim budget. As if that is not enough, Mr. Speaker, Nkunim budget is like bringing the ship that carried the Bible and took away the slaves. The ship that brought the Bible took away our grandfathers as slaves. They came with a Asempa budget and ended with Nkunim budget. Who were the victorious people? Was it Ghana that won? No. It was the MPP, a few of you who won. Mr. Speaker, if I will move forward. Yes. His Excellency Kofi Annan, Busumuru Kofi Annan, former UN Secretary General, an illustrious son of this soil, in 2004, made a statement that is so telling. We cannot have development without security. And this statement has stood the test of time. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama is conscious of this fact. And that is why he knows, Mr. Speaker, that you cannot develop with a weak security sector. His Excellency President Mahama knows that you cannot make progress with a weak security sector. He also knows that you cannot make progress with rising youth unemployment. And it's right in the National Security Strategy document that youth unemployment remains one of the biggest threats to our national development. Mr. Speaker, we all know what poverty can do to a country that is attempting to transform. Poverty is a very dangerous thing, and it can actually attract terrorism. When a person is poor, the person is vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, the president is quite conscious, and he's a very gender-sensitive person. The power of a woman in economic development, what the woman can do is so telling that for him, he believes that making one woman a vice presidential candidate and becoming the president for the first time, he is the vice president of this country. This is the first time we are seeing something like that. That is a very sensitive, gender-sensitive president. Mr. Speaker, and this has happened over our 68-year history as a country. Mr. Speaker, the need for a transformed energy sector, if you are looking at security and you think that energy is not important, if you go to our villages and our towns, in the night, when the streets are lighting up, it helps security. But let me take you step by step, retooling the armed forces and the security sector. Mr. Speaker, we are going to retool the Ghana Armed Forces. If you like it, take it. If you don't like it, still take it. Because the armed forces is our pride. And what are we going to do? How can you have an air force and you have a pilot who have not flown for over 6 months? What kind of pilot is that? How can you have an air force that when there is trouble, there is not even aircraft to move? Mr. Speaker, we are retooling the Ghana Armed Forces and we are going to buy 4 helicopters. Take it. It is a good progress. We are going to buy 2 more aircrafts, 1 long range and 1 medium range. We are going to buy 2 offshore patrol vessels for the Navy. If you are conscious of the threat of terrorism from the north coming down south, targeting the coast, you will be very fast in protecting your coastline. The Gulf of Guinea is a very dangerous area as we speak. So we need to empower our Navy to take charge of that zone. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what is happening within the military circles, I'm talking about human security. We are going to complete the Afari Military Hospital, a 500-bed hospital that was abandoned since we left office in 2016. We've been paying lip service to it. President Mahama is going to complete this. Mr. Speaker, we are going to provide, in the budget, it's stated in there, NIMOS is getting 150 million Ghana cedis. NIMOS is getting 150 million Ghana cedis to capacitate itself to be able to fight Galamsey. But NIMOS is just responsible for the enforcement component of Galamsey. Galamsey is being fought on various angles, and there are several other pillars. The pillar of alternative livelihood is there. The other pillar of responsible cooperative mining and skill development is there. And we are able to put all these things together and let them run concurrently. I am telling you, by the end of 2026, you begin to see the impact of a very good budget that doesn't have slogans. Please, this is not like the Asampa budget. This is not like the Jumapa budget. This is not like the Inkunim budget. We don't have any biblical quotations in this budget. We are walking the talk. We are walking the talk. We are not quoting Bible. We are living the word. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me to talk about employment, let me go to paragraph 1182. And with your permission, I read paragraph 1182. Mr. Speaker, I quote, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. Maybe if you don't understand, this is 0.8 million jobs that will be created in 2026. So if the economy is under pressure and the youth are under pressure and there is so much confusion, it's a security threat. We need to find jobs for our young people. And in finding jobs for our young people, this budget is created to address that. Mr. Speaker, poverty reduction is very important. And for me, I will quote our illustrious son again, Kofi Annan again. He says what? Extreme poverty anywhere is a threat to human security everywhere. Extreme poverty anywhere is a threat to human security everywhere. Mr. Speaker, if they are not aware, livelihood empowerment against poverty, LEAP, for the first time, has hit the 1 billion Ghana cedi mark. We are making available 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for LEAP. The numbers are increasing, people are benefiting, and in fact, the pressure in relation to poverty is getting down. Mr. Speaker, being a very gender-sensitive government, when we talk about the Women's Development Bank, people thought that we were joking. In the 2025 budget, when we provided capital for the establishment of the bank, that was just administrative. They said it wasn't enough even as seed capital. The finance minister, being conscious of the sensitivity of women in our development, has provided 401 million Ghana cedis to help in completing the full establishment of the Women Development Bank. Your sisters, your mothers will go to that bank and get some small loans to facilitate their small-scale businesses. Mr. Speaker, I am excited to talk about the energy sector that connects to security. If you look inside the budget, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 898, if I am permitted to read, paragraph 898. Mr. Speaker, Beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of 1,200 megawatt state-owned thermal power to offtake the additional 150 million cubic feet of gas per day from the OCTP partners and GPP2. Mr. Speaker, this plant is twice that of Akosombo in terms of generation. Right, 1,200 megawatts. It's huge. But I'm saying that if you are able to do this, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, my village and my constituency, we are just about 26% of electricity coverage. The gap is huge. So when I see things like this, and we have also 2 billion Ghana cedis to support rural electrification in 2026, I know right from Kangba, yes, right from Kangba to Ladete to Chiatanga, and to many of the communities in Wawa that do not have electricity, they'll be excited that this is a budget of hope. By the end of 2026, when you come and visit me in Wawa, I will take you around in the night, and you appreciate the power of a very good government. Mr. Speaker, this budget was presented without Bible quotations. Dr. Atufosin came here without wearing white. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Atufosin came here without military guards. He didn't come here with police guards. All he came was just appearing a very humble person, very honest, and dedicated to see the transformation of this country.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at Dr. Atufosin, he's introduced something we call Fosnomics. Ato force, Ato yadie, to wait. Yes, to wait, Ato is doing well. Mr. Speaker, it is very important when you sit in opposition and you watch what the NDC government is doing. The Ghanaian people are watching all of us. And they know that what His Excellency President Mahama has started to do for the next 8 years, for the next 12 years, for the next 16 years, you will be very good in opposition. Stay there and continue to reduce your numbers.
They will become minuscule.
Look, it is not for nothing that the Ghanaian people gave them 38.2%. The 38.2% is supposed to let you know that what you did in 8 years was disgusting. 38.8. Mr. Speaker, I would like to read, because they are so interested in biblical quotations.
You have 13 seconds.
I would like to read
10 seconds.
I would like to read a quote from the Bible. No.
10 seconds. 3 seconds. Go ahead.
Listen.
Honourable Member, your time is up. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statements before the House. Mr. Speaker, if you remember, in the early 1990s, there was a popular musician called Nana Nsia. Speaker, in 1999, he released a song, a very popular one, titled Untumi Inspelea Mentro. To which, Mr. Speaker, if you cannot spell, don't write.
But Tuesday.
Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians want the NDC to do an audit and tell them which of the promises they intend to keep and which ones they intend to abandon. Mr. Speaker, if you remember, in the run-up to the 2024 elections, Honorable Dr. Eric Opoku, the then the then ranking member on your Committee on Food, Agric and Cocoa Affairs, and Honorable Kesel Atoforsen, Speaker, and other leading members of the NDC promised to pay cocoa farmers not less than 6,000 Ghana cedis per bag. Speaker, Dr. Eric Opoku gathered all cocoa farmers at Dadia Swaba and promised them that when the NDC won power, they will pay cocoa farmers 6,000 Ghana cedis per bag. Speaker, the promise was so strong that cocoa farmers believed them. One of the farmers, Speaker, asked the honorable member, Speaker, he spoke in Chi, said, Ujidi, said, promise a wuye, mube diso. Speaker, and the response was that, say, nisua, na cocoa no, dia. Speaker, to wait, if we are not able to keep this promise, then who owns the cocoa? Today, Mr. Speaker.
But is that all that you have said in Twi? Translate everything that you have said in Twi into English.
Yes, if we win the 2024 elections, we are going to keep our promise and pay you the 6,000 Ghana cedis.
But you started by saying OGD and something. Translate that one too into English.
The first question by the woman.
Which one?
The first question by the woman. The Ujiri said, "Come on, we'll be
Yeah, are you sure that when we vote for you, you will keep your promise and pay cocoa farmers 6,000 Ghana cedis per bag? Speaker, today, a bag of cocoa is selling for less than 3,700 Ghana cedis. Untumin spelia. Colleagues, if you say a prayer, say one for Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. He was the one who was able to move the price of cocoa from 475.
Honorable Yao Poku, why do you speak English and you won't translate it? What is the meaning of Untumin spelia? We speak English on the floor. So when you have the opportunity to speak Twi, then this thing. What is that? I haven't heard the translation.
Yes. If you cannot spell, don't write. Untumin spelia, mentro. Speaker, I said if you say a prayer, say one for Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. He is the one who was able to move the farm gate price from 475 Ghana cedis to 3,100 Ghana cedis per bag. Mr. Speaker, if you remember, during the SONA debate, the 2024 SONA debate, Honorable Eric Opoku again told this House that the NDC government invested 29 million cedis towards cocoa farmers' pension scheme. Speaker, I refer you to the official report, volume 121 edition, 29 February 2024, column 39, paragraph 5. And Speaker, with your permission, I read what he said. Mr. Speaker, on the path to tell the true story to good people of Ghana, we cannot avoid to add this one. When we were leaving office in 2016, we had set aside 29 million to start the cocoa farmers' pension scheme. We left this money in the accounts for Cocoa Board. The government took office and the money cannot be traced. Speaker, the NDC party has been in office for almost 1 year now. Farmers are asking, can that money be traced now? The 29 million, can it be traced? Where was it invested? How much interest has accrued? Speaker, but if it was propaganda, farmers would want to know. Untumi spell here, Mr. Speaker, Mentro. Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side have described cocoa board in several ways. Mr. Speaker, they have said cocoa board is dying. Cocoa board is insolvent. Cocoa board is collapsing. Cocoa board is wallowing in debt. Cocoa board has overpurchased juice sacks. Mr. Speaker, today, a dying industry, a collapsed industry, an insolvent industry has received $2.6 billion in deposits. Speaker, I refer you to the 2026 budget, paragraph 292. So, Speaker, if you remember, during the budget presentation, when the Honorable Minister got to paragraph 224, you could see the excitement on the other side. Jubilations. They were so happy that the production of cocoa has gone from 530,783 to 603,840,000 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, they were so happy. And I was wondering, what was the jubilation about? Mr. Speaker, have they forgotten that the finance minister was talking largely about the MPP's administration? Speaker, they have forgotten that the 2024-2025 cocoa season started from 1st October 2024 and ended on 31st August 2025. And Mr. Speaker, as at January 2025, when Cocoa Board was under the supervision of the MPP, cocoa graded, sealed, and delivered was 480,519. Speaker, I take that figure again. As at January 2025, when Cocoa Board was under the supervision of MPP, cocoa graded, sealed, and delivered was 480,519. Mr. Speaker, if you take 480,519 from 603,840, the difference is only 123,321. Is that what you were jubilating about? Is that what you were jubilating about? Your season. No, I've told you that the 480 was under MPP. It was under MPP. Your season starts from this year. Your season starts from 2025, 2026. So all the praises should have been directed to NPP. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Finance Minister went further to indicate what were the reasons accounting for the increase in cocoa production. Mr. Speaker, and again, I refer you to paragraph 294 of the 2026 budget. Speaker, you said the increase in producer price was in the production was as a result of the success of the producer productivity enhancement program, PEP. And Speaker, I asked myself, what were the productivity enhancement programs the finance minister was talking about? Speaker, is it the mass spraying exercise started in 2001 by President Kufuor? Mr. Speaker, is it the high-tech or the fertilizer application program started in 2003 by President Kufuor? Mr. Speaker, Is it the hand pollination program started in 2017 by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo? Mr. Speaker, is it the mass pruning exercise started in 2021 by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo? Mr. Speaker, is it the mass mistletoe control started in 2020 by the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo administration? Mr. Speaker, is it the flower inducement spraying program started by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in 2021? Or is it the control of an important pest on cocoa known as Pseudotheraptus devastans, which was started by the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo? Mr. Speaker, if we are talking about records of cocoa production, the highest production ever recorded in this country was under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The highest production since records started was under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, the highest production ever was in 2020-2021 season, and the record stood at 1,045,500. Mr. Speaker, this record has never happened in the annals of cocoa production in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side have been talking about collapsed cocoa industry. Mr. Speaker, if cocoa industry is going to collapse, it's going to collapse under the NDC and not MPP. Speaker, I'll tell you why. Mr. Speaker, I have said this here before, and I would say it again, that the single most important factor which is threatening the cocoa industry is cocoa swollen shoot virus disease. Speaker, I know galamsey is important. I know producer price is important. I know smuggling is important. But the single most important factor is cocoa swollen shoot virus disease. And Speaker, it will surprise you that between 2013 and 2016, when this country was under the NDC, the control of this important disease was abandoned completely. Not even 1 hectare of affected farm was treated between this period. It took the visionary Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the bold leader, to introduce pragmatic measures. And Mr. Speaker, when we were handing over in January 2025, 70,000 hectares of CSSVD affected farms had been rehabilitated. 70,000. Mr. Speaker, again, if we say a prayer, we should say one for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, for 33 years, Cocoa Board was borrowing from the international market to finance her operations. And Speaker, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo tasked Cocoa Board to develop a model which will be self-financing. And Speaker, 2024-2025 season, no single cedi was borrowed.
Honourable Member, that's the end of your time. Honourable Members, we've done 6-6. Leaders, any indication?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, as you rightly said, we agreed to do 6 on each side on the comment. So we're actually done. I think we'll bring the curtains to a close with regards to the commentary. But I want to make an application, Mr. Speaker, about a commemorative statement that we have here. I believe it was submitted to you earlier, and I want to pray if you will admit it.
Minority Chief Whip.
If you may indulge me, according to our earlier plan, until Speaker intervened, we were scheduled to do 9 on each side. And we had submitted the list as such. Speaker, you came in to give a certain direction. Until then, we had Honorable Vincent Okwasefua speaking after Dr. Opoku, John Darko, Frank Yabua, and Nana Osei Eje. So on our side, we intend to offload these outstanding names to Tuesday, because Tuesday we'll have members speaking before the leaders conclude. Having said that, the leader has given a certain indication of a commemorative statement, and so we have no objection to that. We can take it. Speaker, it's now past 3, and we had originally intended to close early today, because today is Friday. A number of our colleagues will also be traveling. If we can limit ourselves to the commemorative statement, I'm sure we should be fine.
Thank you very much. Item number 7, statement. Commemorative statement standing in the name of Honorable Dr. Godfred Seydou Jasawa. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, this is a statement on World Fisheries Day, which falls today. Mr. Speaker, I rise with a deep sense of humility and a sense of duty as well to speak on the occasion of World Fisheries Day 2025 under the theme Resetting Fisheries, Chief Fishermen and Fishmongers as Guardians and Partners in Sustainable Fisheries Management. This theme is a call to action, a call to reflection, a call to reimagine the future of our fisheries, not just as a sector in crisis, but as a pillar of prosperity, culture, and ecological balance. The day was established in 1998 with the intention of paying tribute to fishers who, through their profession and service, provide valuable contributions to the development of our society. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fisheries sector is at crossroads. For decades, our coastal and inland waters have nourished our people, sustained livelihoods, and anchored our cultural identity. Today, however, we face a stark reality of decline in fish stocks due to overfishing, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Degraded marine ecosystems from pollution of mangroves and other ecosystem-related structures. Economic vulnerability among artisanal fishers and fishmongers particularly, especially the women who form the backbone of our post-harvest fisheries activities. Mr. Speaker, if we do not act decisively, we risk not only the collapse of a vital industry, but the erosion of a way of life. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is in a reset phase. In the fisheries sector, reset is a call to recalibration of our relationship with our oceans from one of declining hope and landings to one of stewardship. It means rebuilding fish stocks through science-based management, investing in value addition, cold storage, and market access. Mr. Speaker, in every coastal and riparian community, the chief fisherman or headman is more than a leader. He is a living institution, usually. He regulates access to fishing grounds, mediates in disputes, enforces taboos, and preserves indigenous knowledge. Yet, in recent years, the authority of the chief fisherman has been eroded by weak integration into formal governance structures, encroachment by industry trawlers and foreign vessels, and the lack of legal recognition and logistical support. Mr. Speaker, it is time to restore and retool the role of the chief fisherman. Let us codify their roles,
in fisheries legislation, for they are not relics of the past, but vanguards of the future. Mr. Speaker, let us now turn to fishmongers, predominantly women, who process, transport, and sell the fish to feed our nation. They are entrepreneurs who sustain our local economies. However, they face limited access to low-cost financing credit, exposure to post-harvest losses, and due to lack of cold chains as well as ready markets. Mr. Speaker, to reset fisheries, we must elevate fishmongers from the margins to the mainstream. This could be achieved by establishing and supporting cooperatives and revolving funds tailored to their needs. Mr. Speaker, I see a deep connection with the envisaged Women's Bank, and I hope that policymakers will take this up and do the right linkages. Mr. Speaker, when we empower fishmongers, we empower families, markets, and the nation at large. Mr. Speaker, resetting our fisheries requires more than rhetoric. It demands bold policy shifts and institutional reforms. We have a new law, Act 1146. This emphasizes aquaculture as well, to supplement the reducing stocks from our oceans. We should operationalize it along the following as well. Promote household aquaculture farms whose operations can be codified and recognizes traditional authorities, gender roles, and local knowledge. Expand canoe identification monitoring system so that we don't have overstocking of our waters with so many canoes. Support for establishment of more marine protected areas that can be co-managed by communities and chief fishermen. Mr. Speaker, we should consider integrating climate resilience practices to restore our ecosystems in the fisheries and the oceans. We should also deliberately promote public-private partnerships to develop fish landing sites, cold storage, and value chains. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is being watched. Our actions can inspire other coastal nations. Let us lead by example by honoring our traditional leaders, not just in ceremonies, but in strategy and in action. Let us listen, let us act, let us reset. Let this World Fisheries Day be remembered not just as a commemoration, but as a turning point. We should consider adopting an integrated, multi-sectoral policy framework along these lines. Let's deliberately strengthen coordination between national and regional agencies. Let's invest in data systems for evidence-based oversight. Let's ensure broader stakeholder inclusion in our policy processes. Let us reset, let us rebuild, let us transform our fishery for transformation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, that's a statement ably made. Yes, Majority Chihui.
Mr. Speaker, given the exigencies, we want to take 1-1, they will take leadership. Conclude.
Yes.
So we have no objection to that.
Yes, Honorable Bampton.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. May I commend the maker of the statement. This commemorative statement has come in time to awaken consciousness for our preparedness towards improving a very important sector of our economy, which is fisheries. For those of us coastal MPs, we recognize the importance of the fisheries sector in our Ghanaian economy and in our local economic interplay. Many of our people have now bought into the new policy arrangement that seeks to not look at fisheries as an occupation, but one that would look at fisheries as a resource that needs to be attended to for its sustainability, for its continual support for livelihoods, and also for the opportunities that we can have today. Both inland and ocean fisheries have contributed significantly to our Ghanaian economy. And so the maker of the statement highlighting the need for resetting. And Mr. Speaker, I would want to echo that section of the statement. He makes the point that it is indeed time to reset. And the reset is one that requires us to ensure that we move from a declining hope and landings to one of stewardship. So it's not just a matter of investing in equipment to go fishing, but it is a matter of doing it sustainably. And that is why, even in the face of difficulties for our local fishermen, we have brought to the fore the need for proper fishing gears that would not offend the ecosystem of our ocean and our water bodies. We have also encouraged our local stakeholders in the fishery sector to appreciate science in modern fisheries. Of course, our traditional leaders and our forebears use traditional means such as not going to fishing on specific days of the week to improve fish stocks. But it became abundantly clear that that is not enough. And we have to marry science, which is empirical, with research that helps us to sustain the fish resources. Mr. Speaker, today being National Fisheries Day, I think we have to commend the Fisheries Ministry and the Fisheries Minister for highlighting the celebration of the sector. And in a very grandeur program today, we heard the reaffirmation of His Excellency John Dramani Mahamat's support for the sector and the hope that the fishing communities, especially the inland fishing communities and the coastal constituencies, would have in the reset agenda. And as has been espoused in the debates in previous days, we know the right investments are being made in the agric and fishery sector, and I believe that the aquaculture aspect of our fisheries would also help us to deepen the sustainability of the fish resources of this country. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, permit me to commend my very good friend for bringing these matters up. Oftentimes, we tend to relegate issues, concerns in the fishing sector to the back burner. I'm happy we have our chief whip as the board chair of the premix. So I know he's going to push in a lot of discipline and sanitize the sector. But I'm particularly happy about the angle of we bringing fishmongers into the governance structure of our country. That, for me, is the trust of the called by dog. It's the area that has eluded us for a very long time. Concerns about inland fishing, I think there are some subtle attempts, fingerlings being given out to women folks and a number of people to help in the growth and the rearing of fish. It's good, but the culture has still not caught up well enough. So, board chairman, there's a lot you have to do. And I'm sure this house will be very excited and happy to join forces with you so that you can leave a very good legacy. Concerns about illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing has come up strongly. I recall we had to, there was an international instrument we had to ratify, yes, which speaks to these concerns, yes. And then eventually the passage of the bill. So, mangrove destruction. Speaker, the knowledge and awareness about the importance of mangrove still stands in suspense. Many of us don't even know. In times past, when we were growing up in the village, when you see a mangrove, we are told that it's a place where spirits reside. So you are not supposed to go there. We fail to communicate the scientific importance of mangrove to the environment, to the community, and especially in rearing of fish. And it's a matter that I think maybe the ministry may have to take up most importantly. But in all this, what stands as a yawning concern is sustainable fishing. Sustainable fishing. And I'm happy the deputy minister is here. It cannot be business as usual. So when we fish as usual, the fishing stock will run out, will deplete, and our protein concerns and needs will become a challenge. What do? In times past, there have been various interventions. Fisher folks are stopped from going to the sea a certain period of time. Has it all really helped ultimately in helping build stock and help in the development of the fishing industry? These are concerns that we need to look at. Then again, nature-based solutions. So today, the narrative on sustainability, nature-based solutions feeds to the core of it. And these nature-based solutions are unique to various regions of the world. Africa has its own nature-based solution, Europe, Latin America. What is it that pertains to Africa? And for me, that is where I think we should revolve around and help build these matters. We've heard about premix coming up every now and then as a concern. I hope we'll be able to prefer some solutions to give some respite to our fisher folks. I recall the previous government built a number of automated stations and then a number of fishing harbors. But still, our fisher folks are still not happy enough. And this is not politics. I mean, there will be another day when the budget, we are considering the estimates, we'll have an opportunity to put matters in context. But our fishers, there's something missing. And because if you go to the coastal areas, the poverty level and all that, Minister, you are here. Maybe we should also be thinking aloud on this commemorative day, what we can do to help in the alleviation of poverty in this part of our country. But be it a commemorative day, maybe some lessons should be drawn, and going forward, next 1 year, we shouldn't be repeating the same concerns. It should be an opportunity for us to relapse and take a stock of what we've done as a country and move forward. But I particularly want to charge my good friend, the Chief Whip, that he should leave some good legacies. I know how committed he is. And when he's committed to doing something, he gets it done. He can count on me. Even though I will not serve on the board, I'll be behind and be giving him all the moral support. We thank you. And just to end on a note of appeal, I know you are tired, but you are the only one who can do this for us. The Honorable Vincent had also submitted a statement. It's rarely captured here. Speaker, if it pleases you, there's a statement on boxing. If it pleases you, may you do us the honor and the favor so that when we are done with commentaries on this, it could be granted to read his statement as well. Speaker, we are grateful. Thank you.
Well, I'm inclined not to accede to that request. Yes, majority.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice by way of commentary on the statement ably presented by the chairman for the Committee on Agric to commemorate today at World Fisheries Day. Mr. Speaker, as a nation endowed with some of the most notable rivers in the world, about a third of our population survive on these water bodies and the ocean. And primarily, the activities will center around fishing and water-related activities like farming along the banks of the rivers, as well as aquaculture practices. Speaker, some 27 years ago, the world saw it fit in 1998 to set this day aside to celebrate people involved in fishing and aquaculture industry. Speaker, there are some countries like the Scandinavian and northern region of Canada, the economies rely on fishing. And so fishing is big. And so it is in Ghana. Speaker, when we speak of the fishing in the inland along the major water body like the Volta Lake, we have over 3 million of our people involved in fishing and aquaculture-related activities. So for me, regarding the policies we are initiating to fight the galamsey menace, my leader is here. I think that if we promote aquaculture, that is fish farming, it will be the solution to the galamsey activities. Speaker, here is why. If you manufacture a cage 12 feet by 12 feet, and you populate it with 5,000 fingerlings of tilapia, you can harvest in 8 weeks, depending on the demand of the market. And Mr. Speaker, a kilo of tilapia of 4 inches, we say 4 inches or 5 inches or 6 inches, a kilo of tilapia is about 50 Ghana cedis. A kilo. And when you harvest a tilapia 12 feet by 12 feet, Mr. Speaker, that is about 3 tons. So the revenue potential of encouraging our people to go into fish farming, that is artificial breeding of fish on the freshwater bodies, especially on the Volta Lake, is so huge. It is capable of attracting the youth from engaging in this activity of degrading the environment to look for some gold that we cannot find. And it is clean. That the practices and the protocols are such that it is clean, because you see, the water is not stagnant. It flows into the sea. So the water, the lake, even though it looks huge, it's flowing imperceptibly, but it flows into the sea. So fresh water is always coming from the 3 major tributaries. So it's something we need to look at. And from where I sit, we've been discussing that with the chairman for the Greek and also the minister, because we have to roll it out deliberately and look at some grants to be able to attract the young people. And I'm sure that a lot of MPs can also champion this. We have 54 constituencies along the Volta Lake throughout the country. We can champion this. And I have started in South Dine. Mr. Speaker, it may interest you to know that some deliberate policies have also been introduced in the distribution of pre-mixed fuel to our farmers, both inland and marine, especially to check the menace of diversion. Diversion simply means that the fuel won't get to the community or the people to which it is meant for purposes of their fishing activities or for transportation, by seeking to brand vehicles that will transport the fuel, so that when you see a fuel tanker on the road, you know that this fuel is transporting premix. So when it is seen in an area where it's not supposed to be, it can be checked. And also the committees have been revived Some audits are ongoing. And so far, as a committee, we are working effectively. There's no issue about diversion and all that. And we want to encourage the people who are helping the farmers and fishermen to let their businesses boom, to continue to assist them. Speaker, today there's a major conference that has just ended at the International Conference Center. It was under the theme Resetting Fisheries, Chief Fishermen and Fishmongers as Guardians and Partners in Sustainable Fisheries Management. We are, like the Honorable Minority Chief Whip indicated, the women folk play a major role. So when the catch is brought home and it is treated, smoked, preserved, either by freezing it or salting it, it is our women folk whose duty it is to now take it to the markets, bring it home for consumption. So their role in the food chain is so important. How are we assisting them? We need to generate a viable industry out of that practice so that they don't look outsourced, so they can be promoted to be able to do this. So, Mr. Speaker, we thank the maker of the statement for bringing this matter to the attention of the floor and so that we can commemorate this day every year. We also believe that encouraging the young people not to see fishing activities as a backward activity, as an activity abandoned for the downtrodden, abandoned for people who have no future. Because in places like Malaysia, Thailand, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Canada, some of the millionaires or billionaires are actually fishermen who are into serious fish farming on land. Speaker, with these words, I thank the maker of the statement, and then we wish fishermen and fisher folks and women into fishmongering the best of the day. Mr. Speaker, some request has been related to you, so we are entirely in your hands in this matter. I thank you.
Well, we haven't done for up to 5 hours, so you may move a motion for adjournment.
Speaker, there be no further business. I move that the House be adjourned until Tuesday midday. Tuesday midday, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Motion move for adjournment. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to adjourn the motion. To second the motion.
Honourable members, motion for adjournment is moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the House being adjourned, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. This House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, the 25th day of November 2025 at 12